It began with the roar of engines over the Pacific, the thunder of naval guns echoing across the sea, and the rising sun glinting off a horizon filled with steel. It was January 1945, and the largest island in the Philippines, Luzon, stood at the center of the storm. For nearly 3 years it had been under the grip of Japanese occupation. Its cities burned, its people enslaved, its fields turned into graves. But now the tide had turned. From the decks of his flagship, General Douglas MacArthur looked toward the distant shore and saw not just an island, but a promise kept. His vow, "I shall return," was about to be fulfilled. The Battle of Luzon would become one of the largest and bloodiest campaigns of the Pacific War, a struggle of liberation and annihilation, of strategy and sacrifice, where the fate of the Philippines and the final collapse of Japan's empire would be decided in fire and blood. The story of Luzon began years earlier, in the dark days of 1942. When Japan's armies swept through the Pacific, the defense of the Philippines had crumbled under the weight of superior numbers and air power. American and Filipino troops, outnumbered and outgunned, had fought a desperate retreat across Bataan and Corregidor, until, surrounded and starving, they were forced to surrender. What followed was one of the most brutal episodes of the war, the Bataan Death March, where tens of thousands of prisoners were driven to their deaths under the tropical sun. MacArthur, ordered to evacuate, left his command on Corregidor with a promise that he would return to free his men and his adopted nation. For 3 long years, the Philippines suffered under occupation. The Japanese military ruled with terror, resistance movements fought in the jungles, and the people of Luzon endured famine, torture, and death. But as 1944 turned to 45, the tide of the Pacific War had shifted decisively. Japan's empire was crumbling, its navy shattered, its skies no longer its own. And now the moment had come. Operation Mike 1, the invasion of Luzon, was the largest amphibious assault mounted by the United States in the Pacific, even larger than D-Day in terms of men and ships. Over 280,000 troops, supported by 800 ships, prepared to land on Luzon's western coast. The Japanese garrison, commanded by General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the Tiger of Malaya, numbered more than 260,000 men, a formidable force, but one trapped by geography and outmatched by American firepower. Yamashita, realizing he could not stop the landings, chose to fight a war of attrition, retreating his forces into the mountains of northern Luzon, where he would make his last stand. On January 9th, 1945, under a sky filled with aircraft and the thunder of naval bombardment, MacArthur's invasion began. Waves of landing craft surged toward Lingayen Gulf, their wakes stretching across the water like scars. As the first American troops hit the beaches, resistance was light. Yamashita had chosen not to contest the landings directly. But beyond the coast lay jungles, rivers, and mountains filled with traps, snipers, and hidden artillery. The Japanese defense was not broken, it was waiting. Within days, the battle for Luzon became a war of ambushes and street fights, of sudden explosions and relentless bombardments. Cities were reduced to rubble, roads turned to mud, the air was filled with smoke and the smell of burning fuel and flesh. The advance south toward Manila, the capital, was swift but costly. The U.S. Sixth Army, under General Walter Kruger, pushed through central Luzon, seizing airfields and cutting Japanese supply lines. Alongside them fought thousands of Filipino guerrillas, men and women who had resisted occupation for years, now emerging from the jungles to guide the advancing Americans and take revenge on their oppressors. By February 3rd, American forces reached the outskirts of Manila. A city once known as the Pearl of the Orient now transformed into a fortress. Yamashita, unwilling to waste his forces in urban combat, had withdrawn north, but the Japanese naval commander in the city, Rear Admiral Sanji Iwabuchi, defied orders and chose to fight to the death. What followed was one of the most horrific battles of the Pacific War, the Battle of Manila, a month-long bloodbath that left the city in ruins and over 100,000 civilians dead. Entire neighborhoods were shelled into dust. Churches and hospitals became killing grounds. The Japanese defenders fought with fanatical determination, and the Americans answered with overwhelming firepower. When the guns finally fell silent in March, Manila no longer existed. It had been wiped from the map, a symbol of both liberation and loss. But the war on Luzon was far from over. In the north, Yamashita's army had retreated into the mountains of the Cordillera and the Sierra Madre, establishing a network of caves, tunnels, and fortifications. There they fought on, isolated, starving, but unbroken. For months, the terrain was brutal, the weather merciless. Every valley, every ridge became a battlefield. The Americans, supported by Filipino scouts and artillery, fought their way through jungle and rock, paying for every mile in blood. Villages were caught between two armies, their people suffering the consequences of both liberation and vengeance. By the time Yamashita finally surrendered in September 1945, the war was already over. He was captured, tried for war crimes, and executed. His final words quiet and resigned. The Japanese Empire had fallen. MacArthur's promise had been kept. The Battle of Luzon was the largest and most decisive engagement of the Philippine campaign, and one of the bloodiest of the entire Pacific War. More than 230,000 Japanese soldiers were killed, and 14,000 American troops fell in the fighting. Tens of thousands of Filipino civilians perished. The land itself was scarred beyond recognition. Cities reduced to rubble, fields burned, rivers choked with debris, and yet from that destruction came rebirth. The Philippines was free again. The cost had been immense, but the promise had been fulfilled. For MacArthur, Luzon was not merely a victory, it was vindication. His return to the Philippines was more than a military operation. It was personal, it was the restoration of honor, the fulfillment of an oath made in defeat and paid for in blood. For the soldiers who fought there, American and Filipino alike, it was a campaign of unimaginable hardship and unshakable resolve. For the people of Luzon, it was liberation and devastation intertwined, the end of one nightmare and the beginning of another, as the ruins of war gave way to the struggle of rebuilding. Today, the beaches of Lingayen are quiet once more, the waters calm, the fields green again, but beneath that peace lies the memory of the men who fought, the civilians who suffered, and the island that became both battlefield and symbol. The Battle of Luzon stands as one of the great turning points of the Pacific War, the moment when the promise of return became the reality of victory and the road to Japan began. Tonight, we return to those burning shores, to the sound of the surf mixed with the roar of artillery, to the promise that echoed across the Pacific, and to the island where destiny came ashore. This is the entire history of the Battle of Luzon. MacArthur's return to the Philippines, the campaign that broke the Empire of Japan, and fulfilled a promise written in fire, blood, and courage. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you tonight? Are you somewhere just winding down for the night? Or are you halfway across the world, letting history carry you into sleep? Let me know down in the comments. I'd love to see where in time and place you're joining us from tonight. The island of Luzon rests like a vast emerald crown upon the waters of the Philippines. its mountains rising like quiet sentinels over valleys and rivers that have shaped centuries of life. From the ridges of the Cordillera to the plains of central Luzon, the land is both gentle and rugged, rich with rice fields and shaded forests. The warm winds off the South China Sea carry scents of salt and soil, mingling with the voices of villages that have endured through time. Beneath its calm surface, Luzon has always been more than geography. It has been a heartland, a symbol, a crossroads of empire and culture. When the Pacific War spread across the seas, this island became more than a homeland. It became a prize. To the Japanese it was the shield against American return, a fortress whose possession might slow the tide of Allied advances. To the Americans it was the promise unfulfilled, the place MacArthur had left with words of return, echoing across the years. For the Filipino people it was their home, marked with quiet resilience and waiting for the storm to pass. And so before soldiers stepped ashore, Luzon already carried the weight of anticipation. The land itself seemed to wait for something unseen, like breath drawn before release. Life upon Luzon before the great battle moved with its ancient rhythms, even under occupation. Farmers tilled the soil, planting rice in flooded paddies that mirrored the sky, while fishermen set their nets along the coasts, where tides whispered against the sand. In the bustling streets of Manila, commerce had slowed but not stopped, and families carried on with small rituals of daily life. Yet beneath this surface, an undercurrent of tension ran deep, for the Japanese presence was felt in every town and every market square. Roads once lively with carts and carriages were lined with checkpoints, and the sound of marching boots became as common as the song of morning roosters. Still the people endured, drawing strength from patience, from faith, and from whispers of eventual liberation. This mixture of normalcy and unease gave Luzon a quiet duality, half in the present, half awaiting a future that could not be spoken aloud. Children played in the dust of village roads, but mothers kept their watchful eyes on the horizon. Soldiers occupied the city squares, but in the hills resistance stirred with cautious breath. The island was living through a suspended moment, as if holding itself steady for what must come next. The geography of Luzon shaped not only its culture, but also its fate in war. Its central plain spread wide and fertile, offering easy passage for armies, yet also making them vulnerable under open skies. Its mountains were formidable, carved with valleys and rivers that could shelter or entrap, depending on who commanded them. To the north lay rugged landscapes that defied quick conquest, while to the south, Manila Bay opened like a vast gateway to the world. Whoever held Luzon controlled the artery of the Philippines, and through it the lanes of the Pacific. The Japanese understood this, and they fortified the island as though it were the key to their empire's survival. The Americans knew it as well, and for them, Luzon was the step that led not only to victory, but also to redemption. The land's very shape seemed destined for struggle, with plains that invited invasion, and mountains that promised resistance. Every ridge, every coastal inlet, every rice paddy would soon matter in ways that few could yet imagine. And thus the stage of history was written into the contours of the land itself, waiting to be read by those who would come. When the Japanese seized Luzon in 1942, they understood its strategic weight, yet they also inherited the challenge of governing a restless people. For the Filipino villagers, loyalty ran deeper to family and homeland than to any foreign flag raised above them. In secret, networks of resistance formed, their voices hushed but steady, their hopes tied to the return of the Americans. Guerrillas in the mountains moved silently, gathering intelligence, storing weapons, and watching with patient eyes. In the cities, some collaborated out of necessity, Others resisted quietly, with information passed in folded notes or whispers carried through markets. The occupiers controlled the roads and the coastal ports, but they could not truly hold the hearts of the people. Each day under occupation was another day of endurance, another step along a path that stretched into uncertainty. For every outward gesture of submission, there was an inward resolve that could not be broken. And so, beneath the calm rhythm of daily life, Luzon carried within it the seed of quiet defiance. In the stillness of those years, the island prepared itself for the inevitable clash yet to come. For Japan, Luzon was not only a military post, but also a symbol of defense for an empire stretched thin. Supplies moved through its ports, and soldiers garrisoned its towns, believing they could turn it into a wall against the Allies. General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the seasoned commander, believed that with enough preparation, Luzon could bleed any invader of time and strength. The Japanese strategy rested not on defeating the Americans outright, but on delaying them long enough for circumstances elsewhere to shift. Yet behind their fortifications, reality pressed hard. Japan's fleet had been shattered at Leyte Gulf, its skies increasingly commanded by American aircraft, and its resources dwindling under blockade. The dream of empire was already faltering, even as soldiers on Luzon dug trenches and tunneled into mountains. For them, duty demanded sacrifice, and their mission was to hold as long as possible, no matter the cost. They faced the future with grim resolve, knowing the shadow of war was approaching. Thus Luzon stood both as a shield for a waning empire and as the promised land of a returning force. It was a paradox, an island caught between two destinies. For the Allies, Luzon was a prize of immense importance, far beyond the symbolic. Control of its airfields would allow strikes deep into Asia, reaching the South China Sea, Taiwan, and even the shores of Japan itself. Manila Bay, with its deep waters and sheltered harbor, could anchor fleets destined for the final assaults of the war. The Central Plains could support vast armies, with supply lines running easily once ports were secured. To General Douglas MacArthur, however, Luzon was more than strategy. It was personal, the place where he had vowed to return. Every plan, every convoy, every soldier preparing to land carried with them the weight of his words. The island was both military necessity and promise fulfilled, an intersection of duty and memory. Allied intelligence showed Japanese strength was formidable, yet morale demanded that the Philippines be freed. Soldiers who would step onto Luzon's shores would not only fight for ground, but also for the restoration of trust between leaders and people. In their mission, the shadow of loss mingled with the light of promise, and so Luzon became the heart of an unfolding story whose outcome would reshape the Pacific. In the months before the invasion, the island itself seemed to wait in silence, as though holding its breath beneath the tropical skies. The rice fields turned gold in harvest, rivers ran clear through valleys, and the mountains stood timeless. Yet all was framed by the unspoken sense of what was coming. The Japanese patrols tightened their grip, while guerrilla scouts moved more carefully, sensing the moment drawing nearer. Civilians lived with uncertainty, knowing change was close, but not knowing how it would arrive. In the port towns, fishermen watched the horizon, wondering when sails of warships might again appear. In the villages, elders spoke softly of survival, while younger men looked toward the distant sound of aircraft overhead. Even in stillness, the signs of approaching war were written in the patterns of daily life. Each day seemed to hold its own quiet rehearsal for a drama yet to unfold. The island, vibrant and alive, seemed cloaked beneath a shadow larger than itself, and this shadow stretched long, preparing the land and its people for what history was about to demand. The anticipation of Luzon's fate reached beyond the island itself, touching the hearts of Filipinos scattered across the archipelago. In Leyte, where MacArthur had already returned, hope grew that Luzon too would soon be freed. In Mindanao and Visayas, resistance groups listened for whispers of Allied plans, their ears tuned to distant rumors. Across the Pacific, soldiers trained for the landing, their minds filled with maps of beaches and roads they had never seen. Families in America awaited letters, not knowing that their sons would soon walk the soil of Luzon. The Japanese High Command debated whether to defend the beaches or retreat into the mountains, their uncertainty adding to the tension that filled the air. Even as plans were made, nature carried on. Waves washed ashore, winds rustled through bamboo, and the seasons turned without pause. Yet within this ordinary flow, extraordinary change approached like a tide too strong to resist. The world's gaze narrowed upon this single island, as if all paths of the Pacific War converged upon its shores. And so, Luzon stood quietly at the threshold of transformation. The calm would not last, for the storm had already begun its slow approach. And so the shadow over Luzon deepened, quiet but undeniable, like dusk before nightfall. Its mountains stood patient, its rivers flowed steady, and its people endured with silent strength. Beneath occupation, beneath waiting, beneath the ordinary rhythms of survival, the island carried a secret weight. The Japanese dug deeper, the Americans gathered closer, and the people whispered prayers that the storm might bring deliverance rather than destruction. It was an island poised between silence and upheaval, between endurance and liberation. The war had not yet reached its peak here, but all could feel the tide drawing in. This calm before the storm was fragile, delicate, filled with unspoken meaning. Luzon was no longer only a place upon a map. It was the heart of expectation, of promise, of fate. Soon boots would strike its beaches, and fire would echo in its valleys. And thus the shadow that lay over Luzon would lead us gently into the story that was about to unfold. In the early months of 1942, the Philippines became the stage of a desperate retreat, as Japanese forces pressed forward with relentless determination. On the island of Corregidor, in the tunnels beneath Malinta Hill, General Douglas MacArthur weighed the weight of command against the fragile lives of those under him. The siege was closing in, supplies dwindled, and the men holding out along the Bataan Peninsula were already stretched beyond endurance. For MacArthur, the order came not from his own will, but from Washington, directing him to leave and preserve his leadership for the wider war. It was a command that cut deeply, for leaving his post felt to him like a wound against his honor. On the night of his departure, with his family beside him, he boarded a small vessel under cover of darkness, slipping across seas that carried both danger and hope. The journey led him through perilous waters, shadowed by Japanese patrols, toward safety in Australia. Yet even as the waves carried him away, his thoughts remained fixed on the land he was leaving behind. The Philippines had not only been a command to him, but also a home, a place where his word had carried the weight of protection. And it was in that moment of loss that his vow began to form. When he reached Australia, weary from escape, MacArthur stepped ashore, not as a man defeated, but as one bound to a promise. Reporters gathered, cameras clicked, and questions rose about the future of the Pacific War. His words came with the clarity of conviction, spoken simply, yet carrying a power far beyond their sound. "I shall return," he said, and the phrase echoed like an oath, binding his destiny to the islands he had left behind. For those who heard him, it was not only a statement of intent, but a pledge of faith, a reassurance that the retreat was not the end, but the beginning of something greater. In America, the words were repeated in headlines and speeches, turning the man into a symbol of endurance. In the Philippines, whispered among civilians and resistance fighters, the words became a thread of hope woven into daily survival. For MacArthur himself, it was no mere gesture. It was a sacred obligation he carried as part of his very identity. His pride, his duty, and his sense of destiny all converged in those 3 words. From that moment on, his oath was inseparable from the unfolding story of the war. MacArthur's promise was more than personal. It was a reflection of how leaders crafted symbols in times of despair. The retreat from the Philippines had been painful for Allied morale, and a figure was needed to transform loss into resolve. His oath served this purpose, turning defeat into a narrative of temporary delay, a pause before inevitable return. Political leaders in Washington understood its value, amplifying his words in broadcasts and print, to stir both soldiers and civilians. To the people of the Philippines, the promise was a distant beacon, giving meaning to years of hardship under occupation. His words traveled across seas and continents, from villages in Luzon to homes in America, carrying with them the quiet certainty that abandonment was not final. Even as strategy dictated his actions, emotion defined the memory of his vow. The story of one man became the story of an entire theater of war, binding personal pride with national resolve. His oath was not only a promise to his soldiers, but also to history itself, and history in time would call upon him to fulfill it. The years that followed his retreat were filled with long preparation, for promises are not kept by words alone. In Australia, MacArthur established his headquarters, shaping a new Allied command that would push step by step across the Pacific. Plans stretched across maps, tracing arcs from New Guinea to the Philippines. Each advance meant to weaken Japan's hold, yet every operation, no matter how distant, was tied in his mind to the islands he had left behind. He carried their memory with him into each campaign, framing victories as milestones toward his ultimate return. His officers noted how often he spoke of the Philippines, how his personal vision infused strategic planning with a sense of destiny. Each step was not only a military maneuver, but a step closer to keeping faith with his oath. Soldiers under his command absorbed this vision, finding in it a sense of greater purpose beyond immediate battles. Slowly, island by island, the tide shifted until the path toward Luzon no longer seemed a dream, but a visible horizon. The oath that had begun as words grew into a living strategy. Meanwhile, in Luzon and across the Philippines, the memory of MacArthur lingered like an unseen presence. Guerrilla fighters carried his name as a quiet reassurance, telling themselves that his promise was alive even when hope was thin. Civilians spoke of him in hushed voices, passing the phrase, "I shall return," as if it were a prayer. For them, the years of occupation were measured not only in days of survival, but in waiting for the vow to be fulfilled. The Japanese occupiers sought to extinguish this hope, spreading their own propaganda, but the memory of the promise proved stronger than any imposed words. Even in moments of despair, the image of MacArthur's return gave shape to endurance, offering a future beyond the present suffering. The people tied their fate not to the passing of months, but to the belief that somewhere across the sea, the man who had left would come again. The oath had become more than a statement. It had become part of the spirit of the people. In the quiet of nights, in the hidden meetings of resistance, in the whispered stories of families, it was repeated again and again. And so, while armies prepared far away, the Philippines carried within it the living memory of his promise. MacArthur himself was a figure shaped by contrasts, stern yet theatrical, private yet deeply conscious of his role in the public eye. His promise reflected not only military duty, but also a cultivated image. for he understood how words could move both soldiers and nations. Pride and ego were part of his character, but so too was a deep sense of loyalty to the men he commanded and the people he led. The oath carried all these traits within it, fusing ambition with devotion, creating a symbol that could inspire even in absence. Critics would later debate whether the vow was calculated or sincere, but for those who lived through its consequences, the distinction hardly mattered. The power of words lies not in their origin, but in their endurance, and MacArthur's endured with a strength that reshaped strategy itself. Leaders in Washington sometimes found his independence difficult, but they could not deny the force of his symbolic promise. His destiny became tied inseparably to the liberation of the Philippines, for to fail in that mission would be to break the identity he had built, and so personal pride and public duty merged into one path forward. His oath was as much his burden as it was his gift. As the Pacific War reached its turning points, MacArthur's promise stood like a milestone marking the course of events. Victories in the Solomon Islands, in New Guinea, and at Leyte all carried the shadow of his oath behind them. Each conquest was celebrated not merely as another blow against Japan, but as another step toward fulfillment of destiny. Soldiers felt it in their marches, sailors felt it in their voyages, and civilians heard it in the news that spread across oceans. The return to the Philippines was no longer an uncertain dream, but a steadily approaching reality. For the Japanese, his vow was a warning, for they knew his return would bring with it both military might and symbolic power. To resist him was to resist the weight of inevitability, and to the Filipinos, the thought of his return was not only hope but a measure of survival, a reminder that they had not been abandoned forever. The tide of war itself seemed to flow toward this moment, and in that flow MacArthur's oath held its place like a guiding current. By 1944, when Allied forces landed at Leyte, MacArthur stepped ashore and declared that he had returned. Yet the promise was not complete. Luzon still lay ahead, and with it Manila, the capital whose liberation would truly mark the fulfillment of his vow. The oath he had spoken in Australia still carried its unfinished weight, binding him to the people and the land that waited beyond the horizon. He knew that victory in Luzon would not only serve strategy, but also seal his legacy, for promises made in times of loss are remembered most in times of triumph. As his forces prepared for the next stage, the shadow of his words grew ever stronger, filling each plan with an almost mythic quality. Soldiers felt themselves part of a story larger than their own lives, drawn forward by the force of a vow that had become part of history itself. For MacArthur, every order he gave carried within it the echo of the oath he had spoken years before. His destiny and the destiny of Luzon had become one, and as the path to Luzon opened, the rising tide of his promise carried him closer to its fulfillment. Thus the oath spoken in passing became the thread that bound defeat to redemption, despair to resolve, and retreat to return. MacArthur's words had carried across seas and years, reshaping not only his life, but also the expectations of nations and the endurance of a people. What began as a vow in the shadow of loss had become a symbol that could not be forgotten. As he stood once more at the edge of the Philippines, the power of his promise filled the air like a tide about to break. Luzon awaited him, its fields, its mountains, its people carrying both hope and sorrow. The return was no longer only his destiny, but also the destiny of all who had suffered through the occupation. In this rising moment, the oath was no longer merely a memory, it was about to become reality, and so the story of Luzon, waiting in shadow, now turned toward the light of fulfillment. The promise that once was spoken would soon be tested upon the very soil it was meant to redeem, and thus the path leads onward, toward the land itself, where anticipation would meet arrival. When General Tomoyuki Yamashita arrived in the Philippines in late 1944, he inherited a position both formidable and fragile. Luzon was vast, filled with plains that stretched endlessly, and mountains that rose with quiet power, offering both opportunities and burdens for defense. The Japanese High Command expected him to hold this island to delay the Americans for as long as possible, even as their empire shrank on every horizon. Yamashita was no stranger to impossible tasks, for he had earned his name, the Tiger of Malaya, by leading swift victories years before. But Luzon was not Malaya, and the tide of the war had shifted, leaving him with little more than courage, discipline, and a determination to resist. His orders were clear: turn Luzon into a fortress, no matter the cost. For Yamashita, this meant not only defending ground, but also preserving the honor of his command, even if defeat was certain. The challenge was immense, with limited supplies, stretched manpower, and skies already dominated by Allied aircraft. Yet still, he worked with calm precision, shaping a defense built not for victory, but for endurance. In the silence of those preparations, Luzon began to change. The Japanese strategy on Luzon rested upon a simple but unyielding idea: avoid destruction in open battle, and instead draw the enemy into the mountains. Yamashita studied the terrain carefully, noting the vast central plains where American tanks and artillery could move freely. He knew the Americans would land on the coasts and drive quickly inland, seeking the capital at Manila. To meet them head-on, there would mean destruction, for his forces lacked the power to withstand modern firepower in the open. Instead, he chose to preserve his strength by retreating into the rugged Sierra Madre and Cordillera ranges. In those highlands, narrow valleys, steep ridges, and hidden caves could turn modern war into a slow and grinding struggle. Villages were abandoned, positions were fortified, and tunnels were dug deep into the rock. There Japanese soldiers prepared to live beneath the earth, waiting in silence for the invader to come. The plan was not to win, but to resist until resistance itself became its own kind of victory. It was a grim vision, yet it gave Yamashita a strategy when few options remained. Manila, the heart of the Philippines, was a question that divided the Japanese command. Yamashita himself believed that the city should not be defended, for it would only become a trap that consumed both soldiers and civilians in endless destruction. His plan was to declare it an open city, withdrawing his troops into the mountains, where their endurance would matter more than urban walls. Yet within the chain of command, not all officers agreed, and many refused to abandon the capital. Some forces entrenched themselves within Manila's districts, preparing to turn the ancient streets and stone walls of Intramuros into bastions. Yamashita, headquartered in Baguio, watched as parts of his army slipped beyond his intended plan, making choices that would shape the terrible battles to come. Even so, his larger strategy remained fixed. Luzon itself must become the fortress, not a single city. He poured his efforts into mountain redoubts, storing supplies, reinforcing caves, and teaching his men to vanish into the terrain. In his mind, the land itself would become his ally. Thus, Luzon became a fortress, not built of stone alone, but of rivers, ridges, and valleys that could bleed time from the invader. The soldiers under Yamashita worked tirelessly to shape the landscape into a labyrinth of resistance. In the northern mountains, tunnels were carved with shovels and bare hands, creating chambers where men could sleep, store ammunition, and wait unseen. Bamboo was cut to disguise positions, while hidden paths wound through forests where the air was heavy with damp earth. Along the rivers, they built concealed crossings, preparing for retreats that would lead deeper into the highlands. Food was gathered and stored, though never enough to last the years they might be asked to endure. For the men, the work was grueling, but it was carried out with silent obedience, for their orders were clear. They understood they were not building for victory, but for survival, and survival itself was now the mission. Each cave, each trench, each barricade was a fragment of the larger fortress Yamashita envisioned. And as days passed, Luzon seemed to grow a second skin, one hidden beneath its mountains and forests. Beneath the calm face of the land, a network of endurance was slowly being born. To the Japanese High Command in Tokyo, Luzon was a final hope, yet also a reminder of what little remained of their empire. They expected Yamashita to hold the island for months, perhaps years, delaying the Americans long enough to create space for negotiations or shifts in the war. Yet those in Tokyo were far removed from the realities on the ground. They did not see the hunger of soldiers, the lack of fuel, the broken supply lines that left many units scarcely armed. Yamashita carried these burdens quietly, never allowing despair to show in his manner. He continued to organize his defense with discipline, moving divisions into positions that could not easily be uprooted. He was not reckless with his men, for he believed their endurance would serve a larger purpose than any single battle. In this he was calm, methodical, and unwilling to waste lives needlessly. He built his fortress not with illusions of triumph, but with the steady recognition of reality. And so Luzon became a vast chessboard, where each move was meant to delay, to frustrate, to consume time. Time, he believed, was his greatest weapon. For the civilians of Luzon, the transformation of their island into a fortress was both visible and hidden. They saw roads clogged with Japanese trucks, soldiers marching toward the hills, and bridges fortified with sandbags and timber. In the countryside, farmers were forced to surrender supplies, while entire villages were relocated or abandoned to serve military needs. Rumors spread of vast defenses being built in the mountains, of soldiers who would never surrender, and of tunnels that stretched like underground cities. The people watched with quiet unease, knowing that when war returned, their homes would lie in its path. Yet they also continued their daily rhythms, planting rice, fishing the rivers, and tending small markets beneath the shadow of uncertainty. The fortress rising around them was not only of military design, but also of fear, for they knew what it meant to live between armies. As the Japanese dug deeper into the earth, civilians looked toward the horizon with silent questions. And in their hearts, many repeated the promise they had once heard, trusting that liberation would come even to a land now hardened with walls of stone and earth. Yamashita himself was a man of contradictions, admired by many for his discipline and fairness, even as he commanded forces that carried out the harsh orders of empire. He carried with him the weight of honor, shaped by years of service and victories that had once given him fame. Now on Luzon, his task was not to conquer but to endure, a role far less glorious, yet no less demanding. His men respected him, for he was steady and direct, rarely allowing emotion to cloud his judgment. He moved through his headquarters in Baguio with calm steps, studying maps by lamplight, his eyes tracing the ridges where his forces would resist. He knew his fate was tied to the island, and that his command might end not in triumph, but in surrender or silence. Still he carried out his duty with the quiet precision of a soldier who accepts what is given. In him the island found its embodiment, a man who would not yield, even if victory was beyond reach. Thus Yamashita and Luzon became reflections of one another, proud, steadfast, and bracing for the storm, and the fortress they built was as much of spirit as it was of stone. By the end of 1944, Luzon was no longer the same island it had been. Its plains lay waiting for the thunder of invasion, while its mountains hid men who had sworn to resist until the end. The Japanese had poured their strength into entrenchment, creating a land that seemed quiet on the surface, yet bristled with unseen defenses. Yamashita's vision of endurance was set, and the island stood transformed into a fortress of waiting. For the Allies gathering across the seas, Luzon appeared strong, its silence deceptive, its calm hiding the struggles to come. For the civilians who walked its roads and fields, life continued under watchful eyes, each day carrying them closer to the unknown. Beneath the calm skies, tension built like a tide rising unseen, preparing to break. The Japanese believed they had made Luzon into a wall that would slow the tide, even if it could not hold it back. And so the island, hardened by fortifications and by the will of men, stood waiting for the return that was already moving across the waters. The sea off Luzon began to stir with a presence larger than anything the island had seen before. Across the Pacific, thousands of vessels gathered in silence, drawn together like pieces of a vast tide moving toward its destiny. The United States Navy had assembled one of the greatest fleets in history, a force that stretched across horizons and turned the ocean itself into a road of steel. Battleships old and new steamed forward, their grey hulls steady, carrying the weight of power across calm waters. Carriers loomed with their decks alive, launching waves of aircraft that rose into the sky like migrating birds. Cruisers and destroyers moved in precise lines, guarding the larger vessels while waiting for orders that would carry them closer to Luzon. Beneath the surface, submarines prowled unseen but ever present, part of the quiet encirclement tightening around the Philippines. To those who stood on the decks, the sea seemed endless, yet filled with purpose, every vessel moving with steady rhythm. It was not a single fleet, but a flowing nation upon the waters. And as the days passed, this nation drew nearer to Luzon. The scale of the operation was immense, measured not only in ships but in men. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and sailors filled the transports, their bunks stacked close, their days spent in routines of waiting. They listened to the hum of engines, the creak of steel, and the low voices of companions speaking of home. Some studied maps, learning the shapes of coastlines they would soon know by heart, while others simply sat in silence, watching the horizon blur into the sky. Overhead, aircraft thundered outward from the carriers, sweeping ahead to soften the island before the landings. Pilots flew missions day after day, their eyes scanning the jungles and mountains below, marking positions, striking where resistance appeared. On the decks below, men looked upward and felt a strange reassurance in the wings that passed above them. The sea itself seemed to carry them forward, each wave rising and falling beneath the weight of their future. To be part of such a force was to feel both small and immense at once, and in that mixture of waiting and movement, the sense of inevitability deepened. Admiral William Halsey and Admiral Thomas Kinkaid directed this armada with calm determination, their commands spreading outward across radios that crackled in the night. The plan was simple in its clarity yet monumental in its scale. Isolate Luzon, destroy Japanese defenses, and open the path for General MacArthur's return. The Navy would pound the shores and skies, preparing the way for soldiers who would carry the invasion onto land. Every step was measured, every move rehearsed, for this was a campaign meant to finish what had begun years before. Ships repositioned constantly, their lights dimmed, their movements hidden by darkness and discipline. Each order was carried out with precision, for in such a force, even the smallest error could ripple outward across thousands. Halsey's fast carriers ranged wide, striking from the air, while Kincaid's 7th Fleet brought the soldiers ever closer. Together they formed the jaws of a storm, gathering its power, ready to close upon Luzon. The men aboard did not need speeches to understand the meaning of what they were part of. The sea itself whispered the truth in the endless sound of waves against steel. In the days before the landing, the air above Luzon was filled with a steady, growing presence. Aircraft from carriers soared in great arcs, their engines vibrating through the sky like distant thunder. Bombers and fighters struck at Japanese positions, testing defenses, silencing airfields, and scattering supply routes. The mountains and valleys of Luzon echoed with this pressure from above, the sound of war filling spaces that had once been quiet with wind and rain. Japanese defenders crouched within their tunnels and fortifications, listening as the earth trembled with distant impacts. Yet for Yamashita's men, this was only the beginning, for their orders were to endure, not to be drawn into destruction before the decisive moment. Still, the constant presence of aircraft wore upon nerves, pressing down like the weight of a sky that never rested. For the Americans, the rhythm of sorties became routine. Each mission another step in the opening of the sea. The sun rose and set with the hum of engines, until even silence seemed strange. And through it all, the invasion force pressed steadily closer. Naval gunfire soon joined the chorus, adding its deep voice to the unfolding rhythm of the sea. Battleships stood offshore, their great guns elevated, sending shells far inland with thunder that rolled across mountains. The sight of such power was overwhelming, the flashes on the horizon followed by echoes that lingered long after the strike. Villages trembled, forests shuddered, and even men safe aboard ships felt the deep vibration in their bones. This was the steady preparation, a ritual of bombardment meant to clear the way for what would come. Yet, despite its scale, the Japanese defenses remained hidden, waiting silently in their mountain fastness. Yamashita's strategy was not to contest the beaches, but to draw the enemy deeper into the waiting fortress of Luzon's terrain. For now, the bombardment seemed to strike at shadows, reshaping landscapes without breaking resistance. To those who listened, the sea and sky now spoke in the voices of iron and fire, and their message was simple: the invasion was near. Among the soldiers aboard the transports, the approach to Luzon was felt most in the silence that fell between moments of routine. Letters were written in cramped bunks, folded carefully, and placed in pockets that might not see home again. Conversations turned to food, to the weather, to the smallest details of daily life, for such things anchored the mind against thoughts of what lay ahead. Some polished weapons, others read, while a few simply stared at the water, watching it slip past in endless patterns. The days at sea seemed both long and fleeting, as though time itself moved differently aboard the invasion fleet. Each sunrise brought them nearer. Each sunset reminded them that waiting would not last forever. In quiet hours, men thought of families far away, of promises left unfinished, of futures they hoped to reclaim. Yet around them, the scale of the Armada was a constant reminder that they were part of something vast. Their individual fears seemed small against the horizon of ships that stretched without end, and in that immensity there was comfort as well as weight. The sea itself seemed to change as the Armada drew nearer to Luzon. What had once been empty, ocean became a highway filled with vessels, their wakes weaving patterns across the surface. Supply ships steamed in careful lines, bringing food, ammunition, and fuel in quantities almost unimaginable. Tankers kept the engines burning, Repair ships stood ready for damage, and hospital ships waited with white hulls marked by crosses. Every type of vessel that war could summon was present, forming a floating city that moved as one. At night, the lights were darkened, but the low sounds of engines and the constant rhythm of the waves carried far. The ocean carried the weight of this gathering, its tides bending under the movement of so many ships. For those aboard, it was as though the sea itself had been remade into an instrument of destiny. And with every passing hour, Luzon grew nearer, rising like a shadow upon the horizon. The sea had opened, and through it the future was coming. By the first days of January 1945, the Philippines stood on the edge of transformation. The invasion force had gathered its strength, its presence filling the waters with inevitability. Yamashita's fortress awaited inland, quiet, hidden, and determined to resist. Between these two forces lay the beaches of Lingayen Gulf, wide and waiting, their sands destined to receive the weight of history. The sea had carried the Americans this far, across storms and battles, to the threshold of return. For MacArthur, it was the fulfillment of a promise once spoken in defeat, now carried back by the strength of an ocean. For the men aboard the ships, it was the final moment of waiting before footsteps pressed into sand. The horizon seemed to tremble with meaning, as though even the waves knew what was about to unfold. The sea had opened, and now it would give passage to an army. And with its calm yet rising voice, it carried them forward into the dawn of Luzon. The first light of dawn stretched across Lingayen Gulf, soft and pale, as if the sun itself waited with breath held for the day's unfolding. The water mirrored the early sky, a quiet expanse that seemed unaware of the vast armada now positioned along its edges. Ships of every size and shape rested in formation, their hulls reflecting the fragile light like long silent lines drawn across the sea. Soldiers stood in the holds of transports, their faces lifted to the morning, watching the horizon with a mix of anticipation and reflection. The sea was calm, almost serene, carrying the weight of hundreds of thousands of men who would soon tread upon Luzon's sand. A gentle wind stirred the surface, rustling small flags and banners, whispering through the rigging, as if the ocean itself knew the magnitude of what was about to occur. Pilots in the distance performed their final reconnaissance flights, skimming over the gulf in silent arcs that left ripples in the sky. The beaches of Lingayen stretched wide and open, waiting smooth under the early light. There was a hush upon the world, a stillness that made the rising day seem delicate yet potent, and in that quiet the promise of return pressed against the horizon. As the transports edged closer to the shore, the scale of the operation became more immediate. Landing craft moved like living threads, weaving across the shallow waters, carrying troops who had trained for this moment for months. Soldiers clutched packs and rifles, their hands steady, their minds focused on steps rehearsed over and over. The distant hum of aircraft overhead was a constant companion, a reminder that the skies belonged to the Americans before the first boots touched sand. Crews on the decks called quiet orders, voices soft but precise, guiding the vessels through channels marked for the landing. For many of the men, the water itself felt strange, as though it had transformed from an ordinary ocean into a threshold of history. Waves lapped gently against the hulls, carrying the scent of salt and seaweed, grounding the soldiers in a moment of calm, amidst tension. Even as the sun rose higher, its light seemed hesitant, as if acknowledging the weight of expectation along the shore. The gulf stretched endless, a stage both tranquil and immense, waiting to receive the force moving upon it. And as the landing craft neared, the hush of the dawn seemed to hold the world in a single heartbeat. The first soldiers to step onto the sands found an unexpected stillness. Lingayen's beaches, wide and open, received them without the resistance that had been feared. There were no fortifications here, no immediate fire to greet them, only the soft sound of waves and the muted rustle of palm trees. Relief moved quietly through the ranks, a shared exhalation of tension released into the morning. Men paused to adjust packs, to feel the sand beneath boots, to let the sun touch faces long accustomed to travel and preparation. Officers guided formations inland, careful to maintain order even as anticipation shifted into momentum. Landing craft continued to ferry waves of troops, each journey adding more weight to the unfolding operation. Ships offshore maintained position, their guns silent now, as if the moment demanded observation rather than action. For a brief span, the invasion felt like a gentle arrival, a whisper of what would follow, as soldiers moved steadily from water to land. And in that delicate passage, history quietly pressed its imprint into the sands. Behind the beaches, the terrain rose gradually, hills and ridges waiting silently to be explored. Soldiers advanced in measured steps, eyes alert yet carrying the quiet rhythm of disciplined expectation. Small streams wound across the plains, reflecting the morning light, while scattered trees offered moments of shade along the route inland. Engineers and pioneers moved carefully, marking paths, removing obstacles, and preparing the way for vehicles to follow. The sound of the landing faded into the rhythm of marching boots and whispered commands, a soft percussion that accompanied the gentle sway of the sea behind them. Aircraft overhead continued to patrol their engines, a muted drone rather than thunder, a reminder of control in the skies above. Even in absence of immediate opposition, the men remained mindful, knowing that the stillness could shift at any moment. Yet there was a calm satisfaction in the knowledge that the first step had been taken, that boots now pressed upon the island once promised long ago. Soldiers glanced at one another with quiet recognition, sharing the weight of both history and duty, and the land receiving them seemed to bend gently beneath the presence of their arrival. General MacArthur arrived not with haste, but with deliberate movement, stepping onto the sands as if the sun itself guided him. His presence carried with it the fulfillment of years of promises whispered to a distant island in the shadow of defeat. Soldiers paused, noticing the figure who had spoken those words of return, whose oath had shaped the journey across the Pacific. For a moment the world seemed to breathe more slowly, the sand beneath feet holding the weight of both memory and expectation. The officers around him moved with quiet attention, aware that the significance of his arrival extended beyond strategy. Local civilians, witnessing the landing from a distance, felt a mixture of relief and wonder, recognizing in his presence a thread of hope that had been woven over years of hardship. Even as the operation continued, the stillness of this moment lingered, a gentle pause before the work of liberation pressed forward. MacArthur's gaze swept the horizon, acknowledging the beach, the sea, the sky, and the people who had endured. And in that gaze, the oath of return found its physical shape upon the soil of Luzon. The dawn, calm and pale, seemed to fold around the promise of fulfillment. Meanwhile, the ships offshore continued to hum with purpose, their guns held in readiness even as the immediate danger proved light. Supply lines were secured, vehicles unloaded, and troops organized for the inland advance. Engineers marked the beaches with subtle precision, guiding the next waves of soldiers onto solid paths. The Gulf, wide and serene, reflected the movement of these forces, turning the chaos of landing into a rhythm that carried forward. Even small boats, carrying medics or scouts, slipped quietly along the shore, their motion barely disturbing the gentle rise and fall of the tide. The air was filled with the scent of salt, metal and sun-warmed sand, grounding each man in the present, while whispering of the work to come. Despite the scale of the operation, the scene held an unexpected calm, a balance between human presence and the vast, patient horizon. Soldiers adjusted to this new rhythm, feeling the earth beneath their boots and the future opening along the paths ahead. And in that movement, the Gulf seemed to release its tension, allowing a gentle sense of completion to mingle with anticipation. History, once spoken, now unfolded quietly upon the sand. Japanese defenders, awaiting further engagement inland, had chosen to conserve strength for the hills and valleys beyond the beaches. Their absence here at Lingayen allowed the Americans to advance without immediate trial, a quiet gift from strategy rather than fortune. Yet the knowledge of mountains still held by entrenched forces tempered relief with mindfulness. Every step inland carried soldiers toward challenges that lay unseen, their path traced in both light and shadow. The Gulf now behind them served as a reminder of the journey across water, the meticulous planning, and the oath that had brought them here. Soldiers moved steadily, boots pressing soft prints into sand that would soon be trampled by thousands. Engineers and guides pointed the way, marking routes through gentle rises and low-lying marshes. The morning air was filled with salt and warmth, carrying with it a quiet sense of purpose. Even the soft lapping of waves seemed to whisper encouragement, a natural accompaniment to human effort. And so the landing, both peaceful and profound, became the first step in a larger rhythm of advance. By mid-morning, Lingayen Gulf had become a quiet harbor of human presence. The sands dotted with soldiers moving inland, vehicles beginning their slow progress. Landing craft returned to the sea to carry more troops, continuing the rhythm established at first light. For all its magnitude, the scene remained imbued with calm, each movement deliberate and measured. Sunlight warmed the water and sand, bringing a sense of quiet reassurance to those who had crossed thousands of miles to reach it. Soldiers adjusted gear, exchanged small words, and shared the gentle satisfaction of progress, without immediate conflict. The tide of history had carried them to the shore, and now, step by step, they pressed the promise forward. Aircraft maintained a silent watch, their presence a reminder that control above had been secured. Ships waited with steady patience, their hulks marking a line of protection between the soldiers and the vast sea. And in this blend of preparation, movement and quiet observation, Lingayen dawn fulfilled its first measure of expectation. The island now welcomed those who had long promised to return, its sands holding the memory of oath and effort alike. Thus Lingayen dawn closed its first chapter of landing with a rare and fleeting serenity. The beaches had received the invasion with softness rather than storm, granting the soldiers both relief and focus. The Gulf reflected sunlight, the sea whispered against hulls, and the air carried both warmth and purpose. For MacArthur, for the troops, and for the people of Luzon, the moment was heavy with significance, yet gentle in its unfolding. Beyond the sands, mountains and ridges awaited, promising the challenges still to come. Yet here at the edge of land and sea, history moved with measured rhythm, each heartbeat of the day echoing across the Pacific. The promise of return had been honored, even as the work of liberation stretched forward into the morning. Lingayen dawn was both an arrival and a threshold, a peak of expectation before the steps inland would carry it further. The tide of soldiers, the hum of ships, and the calm of the Gulf blended into one long quiet exhalation. And from this dawn the story of Luzon continued, rising steadily toward the mountains that awaited beyond. After the beaches of Lingayen had been secured, the American advance began its measured push inland, following roads that wound through low hills and stretches of flat farmland. The sunlight caught the green of rice paddies, turning them into shimmering pools that reflected the sky and the quiet energy of movement. Soldiers moved steadily along narrow paths, their steps careful but deliberate, eyes scanning the horizon for both opportunity and caution. The landscape itself seemed to breathe with the anticipation of what was to come. Hills rising like sentinels and rivers bending softly through the fields. Alongside the Americans, Filipino guerrillas emerged from hidden trails, carrying intelligence, guiding troops through forests, and offering quiet reassurance. Their presence was both a symbol of local resistance and a practical aid, connecting the soldiers to the island they sought to reclaim. Messages whispered from village to village, telling of the advancing forces and the hope that liberation might soon arrive. Yet beneath this hope lay tension, for Manila awaited, and the city's liberation promised both joy and uncertainty. Civilians lingered behind closed doors, ears straining for signs of movement, hearts pulsing with equal parts expectation and fear. And in every step forward the landscape seemed to fold time, connecting past promises with the imminent reality. The roads leading toward Manila were dotted with signs of life interrupted by war. Ox carts and farmhouses still bore traces of daily routines, their quiet presence contrasting with the march of organized forces. Soldiers noticed the soft traces of people who had once moved freely through the countryside, a subtle reminder of what had been lost. Guerrillas pointed to hidden paths and old footbridges, knowledge passed down through years of survival and silent resistance. In these quiet exchanges, the Americans learned to see the island through local eyes, understanding both the beauty and fragility of what they sought to reclaim. The scent of wet earth rose from the fields, mingling with smoke from distant fires, a subtle signature of previous skirmishes. Birds moved overhead, their cries blending with the steady rhythm of boots and wheels on dirt. Each village passed carried the weight of history and the fragile pulse of ongoing life. Soldiers learned to move with patience, to respect both terrain and people as the city drew nearer. And through these roads and pathways, Manila's shadow began to stretch across the hearts of those who approached. Guerrilla networks played a quiet but pivotal role, offering intelligence that turned hills and crossroads into guides rather than obstacles. Local fighters, long accustomed to moving unseen, shared knowledge of enemy positions and supply lines with the Americans. They spoke softly, trusting in the precision and discipline of those who had crossed oceans to return. Their presence was a bridge between the past and the future, between occupation and liberation, offering reassurance to soldiers and hope to civilians. Villagers often watched from behind doors and shutters, whispering of the day when the city's gates might finally open to the rightful owners of its streets. Paths through forests became corridors of careful movement, the dappled sunlight reflecting in quiet patches on the forest floor. Even small streams carried significance, marking boundaries and guiding forces toward positions that could avoid unnecessary hardship. The island itself seemed to cooperate with those who knew it, lending familiarity to both the locals and their visitors. And as the Americans advanced, the guerrillas' quiet presence reminded them that this was more than a military campaign. It was a restoration of connection, culture, and memory. In every step the island seemed to guide them forward. The city of Manila, a mosaic of stone, timber, and life, waited silently, aware of its own vulnerability. Its streets, once vibrant with commerce and culture, now held the tense quiet of anticipation. From hidden corners, civilians watched the advancing troops, hearts lifted by hope, yet wary of the unknown that lay ahead. Some carried memories of previous occupation, stories of resilience and survival, and the quiet lessons of patience and discretion. Others listened to distant echoes of artillery or the faint hum of aircraft overhead, reminders of the presence of both danger and protection. Every rooftop and alleyway held a story, each window a witness to years of hardship and endurance. Soldiers moved with care through the outskirts, aware that the city's liberation demanded both speed and mindfulness. The scent of wet stone and tropical flora carried across streets, mingling with the quiet motion of preparation. In this balance of tension and hope, the city itself seemed to breathe, sensing the arrival of those who would free it. And so the march toward Manila continued, each step guided by both purpose and the quiet rhythm of expectation. Along the approach, American engineers worked with quiet diligence, repairing bridges, clearing minor obstacles, and marking safe paths for convoys. Their work was meticulous, slow, and deliberate, creating the infrastructure that would allow both soldiers and supplies to move inland efficiently. The roadways, scarred by months of neglect and occupation, were carefully studied, with every dip, curve, and embankment considered for its effect on movement. Soldiers on foot adjusted their steps to match the rhythm of vehicles and wagons, coordinating in a quiet dance of logistics. Guides from the guerrilla networks pointed out spots where Japanese troops might have left traps or fortifications. Their advice followed with solemn respect. The air carried the warmth of the sun, mixed with the fragrance of wet soil and distant forest, grounding men in the present while carrying them toward Manila. Each repair and adjustment seemed small, yet collectively it shaped the path of history, smoothing the way for both advance and liberation. Soldiers felt the quiet satisfaction of effort applied with precision, a subtle reflection of the larger promise unfolding, and with each mile, Manila's gates seemed to draw nearer, both physically and in the minds of those pressing forward. The approach was steady, deliberate, and full of latent expectation. From hills and hidden ridges, scouts reported movements and signs of enemy withdrawal, confirming the cautious progress toward the city. The Japanese had chosen to conserve strength for the urban defenses, leaving the initial stretches more accessible yet still carefully monitored. Soldiers moved with measured steps, their senses attuned to both what was visible and what might emerge from the shadows. The land seemed to ripple with quiet energy, the patterns of rice paddies, rivers, and hills guiding the advance, like soft currents. Civilians observed from windows, doorways, and rooftops, the sight of organized troops, bringing a mixture of relief and apprehension. Guerrillas continued to provide intelligence, bridging the gap between terrain, enemy, and liberating forces with careful precision. Each scout report allowed officers to adjust movement without haste, turning every decision into a reflection of strategy and mindfulness. The sun rose higher, warming faces and casting long shadows across the fields. In every movement there was purpose, in every pause reflection, and in the rhythm of advance, Manila grew larger in presence, its promise stretching gently toward those who approached. The emotional landscape was as complex as the physical one. Soldiers felt anticipation tempered by the awareness that urban conflict might test endurance in ways the beaches had not. Guerrillas familiar with both the city and its people moved with quiet intensity, balancing their desire for liberation with caution to preserve life. Civilians alternated between hope and fear, their whispered prayers and cautious glances carrying the weight of years under occupation. In fields along rivers and through small towns, the quiet hum of progress echoed softly, a rhythm both calming and tense. Every step toward Manila was a thread in a larger weave of duty, survival, and restoration. The sun warmed uniforms and soil alike, marking time with gentle constancy. Soldiers adjusted, reflected, and pressed onward, guided by both maps and local knowledge. And through this layered approach, Manila seemed to beckon not as a target, but as a destination of quiet significance. The city awaited, patient and expectant, as its liberation drew steadily closer. By late afternoon, the outer suburbs of Manila were within sight, the first signs of urban structures rising among the greenery. Soldiers moved carefully, aware that the transition from open fields to dense streets required both attention and adaptation. Engineers marked routes, scouts surveyed rooftops, and guerrillas whispered guidance from the shadows. The air carried the scent of earth, timber, and the distant warmth of cooking fires from hidden households. Civilians peered from corners and windows, the glimmer of hope tempered by cautious patience. Soldiers recognized the responsibility that came with entering the city, mindful of its people and history. The hills behind and the gulf behind them framed the approach, reminding all that they had traveled far across both sea and memory. Each step inland seemed to carry the weight of promises made long ago, and the fulfillment of those promises moved quietly but inexorably forward. The city waited, steady and enduring, its streets ready to witness the reunion of land and liberators. And so the journey pressed onward, bridging past and present with the quiet inevitability of the rising tide. Thus the approach to Manila became a rhythm of hope and caution, a quiet crescendo in the larger narrative of Luzon. Soldiers, guerrillas, and civilians alike moved within the pulse of preparation, anticipation, and mindful attention. Roads, fields, and rivers guided them like gentle hands, shaping the journey toward both promise and history. The city's presence was felt long before its streets were reached, a shadow that carried both relief and restraint. Every mile, every cautious advance, reflected the care with which liberation had to be balanced against preservation. The sun dipped toward evening, softening the landscape and coloring the path ahead with warm light. In this gentle decline of day, Manila waited patiently, its gates not yet open, but its spirit undimmed, and as the Americans drew ever closer, the city's anticipation mingled with the quiet determination of those who had crossed the sea to fulfill a long-held promise, carrying the story steadily toward the moment when dawn would meet the streets themselves. Manila, once a city of quiet streets and gentle sunlight, now stirred with tension and a restless uncertainty. The approach of American forces brought hope, yet also an invisible weight, for the Japanese defenders had chosen to transform the city into a fortress of resistance. Buildings, once homes and shops, became part of a meticulous network of barricades, and the air carried the faint scent of smoke even before the first flames appeared. Civilians moved cautiously through alleys and courtyards, their faces marked by both anticipation and dread, aware that liberation might arrive through the shadow of destruction. Soldiers advanced slowly, navigating streets lined with stone and timber, mindful of both obstacles and the presence of those they sought to protect. Fires ignited in pockets across the city, not with haste, but with calculated permanence, consuming what had once been ordinary in a silent, creeping wave. The sky above seemed heavier now, tinged with haze that softened the sun's warmth into muted gold. Even in the midst of strategy, Manila's residents felt the pull of history, their eyes tracing the familiar shapes of streets altered irrevocably. And in that tension, the city itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what each new hour might bring. The rhythm of advance and resistance mingled with smoke and light, a quiet echo of the storm below. The American soldiers moved with deliberate care, stepping lightly through the streets, adjusting to the unexpected obstacles, that transformed familiar patterns into a labyrinth. Every street corner, every building offered both challenge and opportunity, requiring attention, patience, and respect. Engineers and pioneers worked silently to clear passages, their hands steady, their movements rhythmic and precise. Civilians peered cautiously from behind walls, shutters, and doorways, their hearts beating with the fragile hope of survival. The scent of wood and dust mingled with smoke, carrying through alleys and squares in waves, marking the passage of both conflict and endurance. Even as fire consumed portions of the city, it did so with a quiet persistence, altering the landscape without the chaos of haste. Soldiers felt the weight of their responsibility, mindful that every step could shape the lives of those around them. Guides from guerrilla units moved alongside them, whispering instructions, pointing out paths that might avoid the worst of destruction. And through this careful navigation, the city seemed to bend under the movement of both liberators and defenders. The streets of Manila held the echoes of countless footsteps, each one a quiet testament to the city's layered history. Amid the labyrinth of urban walls, pockets of fire spread slowly, consuming structures with a measured intensity that mirrored the discipline of those who had set them. Smoke rose in gentle columns, turning the sun into a muted lantern that cast long, trembling shadows over streets and plazas. Residents, huddled in corners or hidden behind closed doors, watched the glow with both fear and understanding, knowing the city's transformation was both temporary and profound. Soldiers advanced carefully, adjusting formation to the irregular terrain of rubble-strewn streets and partially collapsed buildings. The scent of charred wood mingled with the earth, creating a texture of smell that accompanied each deliberate step. Guerrillas whispered details of hidden paths and safe passages, guiding the Americans with quiet authority. Even in the presence of destruction, the city retained its identity, a map of memory that refused to vanish. The rhythm of movement became almost meditative. Each advance measured, each pause an opportunity to assess both danger and protection. And in the quiet hum of effort, Manila seemed to fold time and space, holding both past and present within its smoke-filled streets. The city's pulse continued, steady yet altered by the flames and the weight of returning freedom. Civilians carried themselves with resilience, threading between streets and alleyways, with a practiced care born of necessity. Mothers held children close, eyes wide with anticipation and lingering fear. Aware that liberation came with a cost, they could only measure in quiet moments. Elders moved slowly, tracing familiar paths that now bore the marks of barricades and fire. Some sought refuge in courtyards or cellars, while others lingered in small clusters, whispering prayers and recounting memories of days before occupation. The soft sounds of voices carried across open squares, mingling with distant steps, and the low hum of engines. Fire flickered across roofs, casting orange light on faces tense with emotion, yet alive with the expectation of return. Soldiers noted these small movements, adjusting both formation and pace to accommodate life alongside military necessity. Smoke softened the edges of buildings, turning sharp corners into gentle slopes of light and shadow. And in these quiet exchanges, the city became both a battlefield and a sanctuary, carrying both suffering and hope in the same breath. The rhythm of daily endurance persisted even amid transformation. Japanese forces, entrenched and disciplined, moved with restraint, shaping resistance, not with chaos, but with calculated delay. Their intent was to slow the advance, not to destroy completely, though destruction inevitably followed in their wake. Barricades slowed progress, forcing careful navigation through streets and squares. Fire, smoke, and debris became part of the landscape, altering both perception and strategy. Soldiers felt the weight of these deliberate obstacles, adjusting tactics with patience rather than haste. The city's residents watched silently, recognizing that each movement contained both peril and promise. Guerrilla guides continued to offer intelligence, their knowledge blending the natural rhythms of the land with the urban complexity of Manila. Even as resistance pressed forward, it did so with a quiet inevitability, never overwhelming, but always present. And through this careful orchestration, the city seemed to transform under the dual influence of occupation and liberation. The balance of fire movement and expectation shaped a narrative all its own. The sun moved slowly across the sky, casting elongated shadows over streets softened by smoke and dust. Soldiers paused periodically to adjust equipment, to breathe, to notice the faint movements of civilians hidden behind walls. Firelight reflected on windows, creating a delicate dance of illumination that softened the harsh lines of rubble. Guerrillas guided detachments through narrow lanes, ensuring that paths remained clear and that progress continued steadily. The air carried a mixture of scents, charred wood, warm stone, tropical flora, that blended into a texture of place, a reminder that life persisted amid disruption. Civilians whispered to one another, sometimes through doors, sometimes across small open spaces, connecting history, memory, and survival in quiet conversation. Even as destruction reshaped neighborhoods, the essence of Manila endured, soft yet persistent, resilient and aware. Soldiers felt this presence with each careful step, the city itself, guiding and influencing the rhythm of advance. And in that subtle dialogue between land and people, fire and movement, Manila carried itself toward liberation while keeping the memory of what had been. The balance of tragedy and hope shaped every heartbeat of the day. Evening approached, softening the blaze into gentle orange and pink reflections across streets and rooftops. Soldiers paused briefly to rest and observe, taking in the vastness of the city now reshaped by both human hands and circumstance. Smoke hung lightly in the air, curling upward in quiet columns, carrying the scent of both earth and fire. Civilians moved cautiously, their movements small, deliberate, and careful, threading through streets, softened by light and shadow. Guerrillas continued to guide, whispering instructions, their knowledge vital to both progress and safety. The rhythm of the day, measured by steps and observation, allowed reflection amid action, a quiet meditation within the chaos of urban struggle. Fire flickered gently across rooftops, illuminating faces and facades, softening the stark lines of destruction. Soldiers felt the weight of responsibility, aware of both the lives they moved among and the city they sought to preserve. And through this gentle transition into evening, Manila seemed to breathe once more, carrying both its wounds and its hope. The city's heartbeat persisted, steady and resilient, as night approached slowly. As night settled over the city, the glow of distant fires marked the presence of both past and ongoing struggle. The streets became quieter, movements slower, yet the pulse of the city remained a delicate blend of vigilance and anticipation. Soldiers maintained watch, their senses attuned to subtle shifts in light, sound, and shadow. Civilians took refuge where they could, holding one another close, whispering stories, memories, and prayers into the warm night air. Smoke drifted lazily across rooftops, reflecting distant flames like a gentle, unsettling lantern. Guerrillas moved unseen, guiding, observing, and connecting threads of movement across the city's fabric. Even as destruction marked the landscape, there was a rhythm to survival, a quiet acknowledgement that the night, like all things, would eventually pass. Soldiers, civilians, and guides alike breathed with the pulse of Manila, carried forward by both duty and hope. And as the fires softened into distant glows, the city held its presence with quiet dignity. From this night, the story of liberation and loss moved onward, folding tragedy into the larger sweep of history. Deep in the forests of Luzon, where sunlight sifted gently through the dense canopy, Filipino guerrillas moved with careful purpose. Their paths were narrow, hidden, and winding, shaped by years of survival under the shadow of occupation. Each step carried both quiet courage and intimate knowledge of the land, a rhythm born of experience and necessity. They listened to the wind rustling through bamboo and leaves, hearing in it both danger and guidance. Rivers and streams marked natural boundaries, providing water and subtle signals of movement nearby. Scouts observed distant roads, noting the passage of Japanese convoys or isolated patrols with eyes that never wavered. Camps were simple, often only marked by small clearings, fires smoldering low to avoid detection. Soldiers in the cities might see headlines of progress, but it was in these shadows that the war's quiet backbone moved steadily forward. Intelligence gathered here would shape larger operations, threading the forests into the maps of strategy. And in the hush of the canopy, courage unfolded without fanfare, steady and enduring. The guerrillas' work was meticulous, each mission guided by careful observation rather than haste. They recorded the movement of enemy forces, noting patterns and routines with quiet precision. Small teams communicated through subtle signals, whistles, and messages passed along hidden routes. Every village visited, every house observed, carried the weight of both caution and compassion, for these were communities intertwined with their cause. Food was scarce, yet shared generously among the fighters, creating bonds stronger than blood. Night brought another layer of care, as shadows deepened, and the forest hummed with insects, rustling leaves, and distant calls of birds. Messages were dispatched to American forces by runners and hidden radios, ensuring that intelligence flowed beyond the mountains and rivers. Even in moments of waiting, the guerrillas remained alert, sensing shifts in wind, light, and distant sounds. Each small observation might prevent loss or shape the timing of an advance, and through these careful movements, the forests themselves seemed to embrace the quiet persistence of resistance. They moved lightly, their steps softened by moss leaves and fallen branches, blending with the rhythm of the land. Footpaths were learned from memory, each bend and turn a safeguard against both discovery and misstep. Camps were built with patience, often no more than a tarp stretched between trees, yet offering comfort in an otherwise demanding environment. Meals were simple, often rice or root vegetables, shared in silence under the canopy, accompanied by the soft whisper of wind through leaves. Scouts occasionally paused at ridges or rivers, taking in stretches of distant valley where roads and settlements lay beyond immediate sight. The sun filtered in mottled patterns, lighting faces and uniforms with gentle warmth. Even amidst the quiet labor, laughter sometimes broke the tension, small gestures that reminded them of life beyond resistance. Weapons were maintained with care, cleaned and checked as routinely as meals were shared. And through all this, a sense of purpose moved steadily among them, quiet yet unyielding. The forest held their presence, shaping and shielding the work of those unseen. Guerrillas served as guides as well as observers, connecting American forces to hidden roads, mountain passes, and river crossings. Their knowledge transformed the terrain into a network of opportunities, turning natural obstacles into advantages. Scouts pointed out subtle signs, footprints in mud, bent foliage, distant smoke, or the quiet hum of engines far below. Every observation was folded into strategy, ensuring that the advancing forces could move with both speed and caution. Even in the dense jungle, A single message could reshape an operation, changing routes or timing in ways unseen by the enemy. Campsites were abandoned quietly, leaving almost no trace, as if the forest had swallowed the movement whole. When necessary, small fires provided warmth and light, kept low so as not to betray location. The rhythm of movement carried through days and nights, marked by the quiet cadence of purpose and attention. And through this steady diligence, the guerrillas stitched the forest into the broader narrative of the island's liberation. Every hidden path became a conduit for hope and preparation. In the villages that dotted the interior, civilians often played quiet, crucial roles in resistance. They provided shelter, food, and information, blending ordinary life with acts of bravery unnoticed by the world beyond the mountains. Children ran messages under the guise of play, elders shared knowledge of terrain and local conditions, and families moved quietly to shield fighters from detection. The guerrillas in turn protected and respected these communities, moving without destruction, careful not to impose where trust had been freely given. The air carried scents of cooking, damp earth, and the occasional smoke from distant fires, creating a layered texture of normalcy and vigilance. Soldiers moving through the forests noticed the subtle signs of these interactions, understanding that intelligence and care were inseparable. Paths through rice paddies and across bamboo bridges became channels not only for movement, but for sustaining life amid struggle. Every interaction, every gesture, reinforced bonds of mutual respect and shared purpose. And in these quiet exchanges, the forest and its people became inseparable allies in the unfolding campaign. Their shadows moved in tandem with the rhythm of the island itself. Rain occasionally fell, soft and persistent, pattering on leaves and soil, adding its voice to the quiet chorus of the forest. Guerrillas adapted effortlessly, moving through mud and underbrush with practiced ease, their movements blending seamlessly with the environment. Small streams swelled, marking paths with rippling reflections of the canopy above, offering both nourishment and guidance. Fires smoldered low beneath makeshift shelters, providing warmth without drawing notice. The scent of smoke mingling with wet earth. Scouts paused to observe the movement of enemy convoys, noting patterns while remaining unseen, their presence a ghostly reassurance to forces far beyond the jungle. Birds and insects carried the pulse of the forest, their sounds a backdrop to the human activity below. Even in moments of pause, attention never wavered, for every rustle could be information, and every shadow a signal. Communication was measured, subtle, carried in gestures, whispers, and signals that threaded through the green. And in this rain-soaked quiet, courage remained steadfast, moving unseen, but shaping events with gentle persistence. The forest and its guardians held secrets that would guide the larger war forward. As night deepened, lanterns or fires flickered softly in hidden clearings, casting gentle shadows on the faces of those gathered. Soldiers shared quiet conversation, whispered strategy, and stories of home, grounding themselves amid the uncertainty of forest life. Meals were eaten slowly, the warmth of food contrasting with the cool humidity of the jungle. The sound of insects and the distant rush of water created a steady rhythm, a natural accompaniment to human diligence. Messages were prepared for morning delivery, notes folded, signals checked, and paths memorized. Even rest was tempered with alertness, ears tuned to subtle changes in the wind or distant footsteps. The forest held both danger and sanctuary, providing cover and sustenance, its quiet presence shaping every action. And through the night, the guerrillas continued their watch, blending patience with readiness, their shadows tracing the contours of both land and history. Every heartbeat in the dark carried the pulse of quiet resistance, and in the morning those same shadows would move again, weaving the forest into the larger march of liberation. By dawn, the canopy shifted with the new light, revealing paths previously hidden in shadow. The guerrillas moved steadily, their steps rehearsed yet fluid, knowing every stream, hill, and ridge as part of a living map. Scouts reported information gathered through the night, their whispers threading through the camp without disrupting the rhythm of preparation. The scent of damp earth and green leaves rose with the sun, blending with the quiet rustle of movement. Paths were marked subtly, guiding detachments with care and precision, their presence invisible yet vital. Children and elders remained in safe areas, their lives intertwined with the fighters' strategy, a living connection between past and future. Even the forest itself seemed to shift with awareness, bending light and sound to favor those who moved within it. And as the day unfolded, the guerrillas' quiet labor shaped both terrain and morale, influencing the flow of the larger campaign. Every careful step, every whispered observation threaded the shadows into history, and the forests of Luzon held their secrets, carrying them steadily toward the advancing tide of liberation. As Manila settled into the quiet aftermath of liberation, whispers of movement traced the hills beyond the city, where Yamashita's forces began their careful withdrawal. The Sierra Madre and Cordillera mountains rose in jagged layers, their peaks softened by mist and early sunlight. Soldiers and scouts noticed the subtle traces of retreat, paths smoothed by deliberate passage, leaving only hints of human presence in the vast green expanse. The mountains offered concealment and endurance, a natural fortress that transformed the conflict from open streets to slow, deliberate campaigns. Streams wound through valleys, their gentle babble masking the hidden passage of troops and supplies. The terrain demanded patience, each step uphill measured against both exhaustion and awareness. Civilians in villages along the edges of these ranges watched silently, recognizing that liberation in the lowlands was only the beginning. Guerrillas whispered knowledge of hidden trails, aiding the advance without haste, connecting valleys and ridges with the thread of human movement. Even the wind seemed to carry both presence and secrecy, rustling leaves over paths long known only to locals. And so the mountains claimed the retreating army, shaping the next phase of the campaign with quiet inevitability. The approach to the highlands revealed a world both challenging and serene, where jagged peaks contrasted with soft clouds drifting lazily overhead. American forces adjusted their pace, recognizing that the city's rhythm no longer applied to these rugged landscapes. Footpaths narrowed between boulders, streams marked natural divisions, and the trees offered both shelter and subtle concealment. Scouts moved ahead, taking careful note of the terrain, while engineers marked potential routes for vehicles and supply lines. The air carried a mixture of pine, wet earth, and distant floral notes, grounding each step in sensory detail. Guerrillas guided the troops with quiet authority, passing on knowledge of hidden passes and natural landmarks. Soldiers, accustomed to open plains and urban streets, adapted slowly to the gradient of the mountains, learning patience in every stride. Each ridge revealed another layer of possibility, both for defense and advance, as the landscape folded over itself like pages in a vast book, and with every ascent the mountains seemed to embrace and challenge the troops in equal measure. The highlands transformed the march into a measured rhythm, slow but resolute. Yamashita's strategy was meticulous, turning the mountains into a living bastion of defense and concealment. Every ridge, gorge, and plateau was considered for both troop placement and observation, allowing for resistance without confrontation. Paths were carefully chosen to avoid detection, supplies cached along trails in clever concealment. Trees and rocks became both shield and marker, guiding movement while obscuring presence. Soldiers advancing into these highlands found themselves negotiating not just the enemy, but the landscape itself. Learning to read subtle signs of passage, the sun filtered through mist and foliage, creating shifting light patterns that both guided and challenged perception. Streams and waterfalls offered cooling relief and subtle signals, marking routes and natural boundaries in equal measure. Civilians who remained in nearby villages watched with quiet concern, aware that the mountains now held the next stage of struggle. Guerrillas moved seamlessly alongside Americans, bridging the knowledge of local terrain with military objectives. And in this interplay of strategy, nature and movement, Luzon's dual wars began to unfold quietly, each terrain shaping its own pace. Valleys cut through the mountains like slow rivers of green, providing both concealment and pathways for movement. Soldiers adjusted packs and pace, learning to navigate narrow trails bordered by ferns and dense undergrowth. Every footfall echoed softly against rocks and soil, a rhythm in harmony with the natural pulse of the highlands. Streams offered drinking water and landmarks, and the distant hum of the wind through pines served as a constant companion. Engineers and scouts moved with deliberate care, ensuring that vehicles could follow where possible and that supply lines would remain uninterrupted. Guerrillas shared knowledge of hidden caves and gentle slopes, connecting settlements and patrols in quiet networks. The air carried the scent of damp earth and moss, grounding the journey in the tactile reality of the land. Soldiers glimpsed glimpses of distant peaks, cloud-wrapped and immovable, each one a silent reminder of the scale of the campaign. Every step required attention, patience and endurance, a lesson taught by the mountains themselves. And as they pressed further into these ridges, the rhythm of advance became slower, more deliberate, shaped by elevation and awareness alike. The duality of Luzon's war became apparent as troops balanced urban liberation with the mountain pursuit. While cities offered tangible progress and visible achievement, the highlands demanded persistence, observation, and subtlety. Every small ridge gained was a victory in patience. Every concealed trail discovered a quiet success. Guerrillas guided these movements, connecting knowledge of the land with the overarching strategy of advance. Streams carved soft arcs through the valleys, their gentle murmur a backdrop to human effort. The scent of pine and wet rock mingled with distant smoke from lowland towns, linking both landscapes in the consciousness of those moving through them. Soldiers became attuned not only to the enemy, but to the nuances of terrain. The weight of mist, the resistance of moss, the hidden dips of trails. Civilians at the edge of these highlands observed quietly, understanding that the liberation of their homes had only reached a threshold. And in these mountains, strategy unfolded with a calm patience, every action deliberate, every observation vital. The Sierra Madre and Cordillera shaped both the pace and rhythm of the campaign. As the sun rose higher, shadows shifted across ridges, revealing hidden passes and obscure trails. American soldiers learned to measure distances not by maps alone, but by memory of observation, marking rocks, trees, and bends in streams as reference. Guerrillas moved fluidly, unseen yet present, guiding movement with an intimate sense of the land. Every step uphill demanded both energy and mindfulness, balancing progress with awareness of potential ambushes. The scent of earth, rain-soaked foliage, and distant blossoms filled the air, blending with the subtle rustle of leaves underfoot. Soldiers found small clearings to rest, observing the terrain and adjusting plans with quiet deliberation. The mountains offered a rhythm all their own, where time seemed measured by gradients and bends rather than hours or miles. Streams and rivulets marked paths with gentle insistence, guiding the march as naturally as the sun. And through this measured progress, the mountains became both challenge and teacher, shaping the campaign with patient insistence. Each ascent carried the weight of strategy and anticipation toward the highland heart of resistance. The retreating Japanese adapted seamlessly to the terrain, their presence marked more by absence than confrontation. Soldiers noticed only subtle signs: a shifted stone, a trampled fern, a faint footpath veering into the trees. Supplies were moved carefully, caches hidden under roots or in small caves, evidence of planning and foresight. The mountains themselves became a partner in strategy, offering concealment and natural observation points. Streams and ridges created natural barriers, slowing pursuit while shaping the flow of movement. Guerrillas noted each sign with quiet appreciation, translating local knowledge into actionable guidance for American forces. Even in the absence of immediate engagement, the psychological weight of these mountains shaped both strategy and endurance. The air was heavy with the scent of wet stone and pine, grounding every step in both place and effort, and in the gentle unfolding of distance and gradient, Luzon revealed its second war, one of patience, endurance, and quiet, relentless pursuit. The highlands whispered of strategy as softly as rivers sang to the valleys below. Evening in the mountains brought a gentle hush, the wind rustling leaves and carrying the faint scent of rain-soaked earth. Soldiers paused, adjusting packs, sharing brief meals, and listening to the cadence of the land. Streams reflected the fading light, carrying the memory of distant lowlands while marking the paths forward. Guerrillas whispered guidance, ensuring that every movement maintained stealth and safety. The shadows lengthened, softening the jagged lines of ridges and valleys into gentle contours. Each clearing became a temporary sanctuary, a place to rest and observe, to prepare for the next day's climb. The smell of moss, damp wood, and pine filled the senses, anchoring the soldiers in the present, while their minds traced the contours of the campaign. Even as night approached, vigilance remained, tempered with the quiet rhythm of experience and awareness. And as darkness wrapped the mountains in gentle folds, the pursuit of the retreating forces continued in measured silence. The highlands of Luzon held both challenge and promise, guiding history forward with patient determination. By dawn, mist hung over the ridges, softening the mountains into layers of green and grey. Soldiers rose, stretching legs stiff from ascent, moving carefully along trails lined with ferns and moss. Streams marked natural paths, their soft murmur a guide and a comfort, amid the vast scale of the ranges. Guerrillas led forward with quiet authority, their presence blending seamlessly with the rhythm of the land. Each step revealed another contour, another ridge, another gentle challenge shaped by nature and strategy alike. The air carried the scent of wet stone, pine, and distant flowers, a sensory map of place and memory. Soldiers adjusted to the slow cadence of the mountains, balancing caution, endurance, and observation. And as the mist lifted with the rising sun, the peaks and valleys revealed both the work completed and the path yet ahead. The mountains whispered quietly of patience, concealment, and persistence. Luzon's dual wars continued, one of cities and liberation, the other of peaks and hidden resistance, unfolding together in measured cinematic rhythm. Intramuros, Manila's centuries-old walled city, rose like a memory of stone, its walls encircling echoes of the past. Narrow streets, lined with colonial facades, carried the weight of history, centuries folded into each arch, plaza, and gate. As American forces approached, the city's walls, once symbols of protection and civic pride, became markers of resistance and caution. Soldiers moved carefully along the outer ramparts, tracing the shapes of walls softened by age, their feet whispering against cobblestones. The air carried a mingling of dust, smoke, and distant heat, softening the sharp edges of stone into muted forms. Civilians peered cautiously from behind shutters and gates, their presence a quiet reminder that life persisted amid shifting control. Fires glimmered here and there, contained yet persistent, marking the slow transformation of space. Each step into the city required careful observation, balancing progress with respect for the heritage folded into every street. The rhythm of movement became deliberate, a meditation of advance and patience, and through this measured pace the walls themselves seemed to speak, guiding the story of the siege softly forward. The gates of Intramuros, monumental and silent, framed both promise and caution. Soldiers paused to take in the scale, aware of the centuries that had shaped these thresholds. Steps echoed against stone corridors, mingling with the faint murmur of distant voices, creating a subtle, hypnotic rhythm. Even in the quiet there was an understanding of the weight these walls carried, their presence shaping strategy as much as geography. Civilians moved with care, tracing familiar paths that had suddenly become part of a larger, urgent story. Fires smoldered in pockets, sending gentle orange glows across the facades, softening edges with warmth and shadow. Scouts and guides observed each street, noting entrances, exits, and hidden alcoves with quiet precision. The air was thick with history, each breath carrying the scent of stone, dust, and time itself. And as the soldiers traced the contours of the city, every step seemed both forward and backward, a quiet dialogue with memory. The rhythm of the day unfolded slowly, each movement a soft continuation of the story. In the heart of Intramuros, plazas once filled with life now held only silence, punctuated by measured steps and the occasional distant murmur. Buildings, with walls painted in fading hues, stood as testament to centuries, their windows framing both sky and shadow. The narrow alleys twisted and turned, revealing small courtyards and hidden corners, each holding stories of past generations. Soldiers moved deliberately, their progress measured against the contours of stone and mortar. The air carried a mixture of warmth and dust, settling gently on skin and uniform alike. Fires smoldered quietly, their orange glow reflected in windows and puddles along cobbled streets. Guides whispered directions, ensuring movement respected both safety and the fragile sense of continuity. Even amid strategy, there was reverence for the city's endurance, its presence shaping both thought and action. And through these slow steps, Intramuros became both challenge and teacher, its stones guiding the rhythm of advance. The pulse of history continued softly, layered beneath every movement. As afternoon deepened, the city revealed its labyrinthine nature, each street a careful negotiation of history and military purpose. Soldiers paused at intersections, tracing routes with eyes attuned to both detail and context. The scent of smoke mingled with warm stone and the faint aroma of distant cooking, creating a textured sensory map of the city. Courtyards opened quietly into squares, where shadows and light played across fountains and arches. Civilians observed from hidden corners, their breaths slow and careful, bearing witness without intrusion. Scouts moved lightly, noting passages, side streets, and elevated vantage points with meticulous care. Fires flickered in hidden alcoves, illuminating walls with soft transient glow, shaping the sense of depth and form. Even in moments of rest, attention never wavered, the city itself shaping rhythm and pace. And as light softened through the fading sun, Intramuros held both the weight of centuries and the immediacy of the present. The siege moved forward, measured and deliberate, carried by stone, shadow, and quiet observation. The walls of Intramuros bore witness to centuries of ceremony, commerce, and daily life, now reframed in the cadence of advance. Soldiers adjusted movements to the contours of staircases, ramps and narrow passages, their steps resonating softly against centuries-old stone. The city's rhythm guided them, each corner offering both opportunity and reflection. Every doorway a threshold of history. Fires burned low, their glow diffused by dust and fading light, creating a subtle tapestry of warmth and shadow. Civilians moved with cautious intent, threading pathways with both patience and necessity. Guides and scouts whispered knowledge, passing information through folds of stone and archway, blending seamlessly with the city's pulse. The air carried the scent of moss, smoke, and old timber, softening the edges of tension with sensory richness. Even in the midst of strategy, there was space for reflection, a sense of continuity amid upheaval. And as night approached, the streets of Intramuros seemed to exhale, carrying both the weight of history and the whisper of endurance. The city became a bridge between centuries, gently guiding the soldiers forward. Evenings softened the siege into a rhythm of shadows and low light, highlighting the delicate curves of arches and gates. Soldiers paused to observe, their senses attuned to subtle changes in the landscape of stone. Fires reflected in windows and puddles, casting a gentle glow that softened walls and pavements. Civilians moved with careful deliberation, their paths quiet but persistent, threaded into the city's fabric. Guides whispered directions, ensuring every movement respected both safety and the fragile dignity of place. The scent of dust, warm stone, and faint smoke carried through alleys, blending with the hum of the evening air. Soldiers adjusted gear, drank water, and exchanged brief words, all within the steady rhythm of the city's pulse. Even in stillness, the walls of Intramuros shaped perception, offering lessons in patience, endurance, and careful observation. And as night settled fully, the city exhaled quietly, holding both history and the presence of those moving within it. The heartbeat of Intramuros persisted, measured and calm, as the story continued softly forward. At night, Intramuros took on a different form, where shadows and moonlight folded over ancient stone. Fires smoldered in courtyards, sending gentle tendrils of smoke into the cooling air, mingling with the scent of old wood and earth. Soldiers rested lightly, their bodies softened by fatigue, and the gentle rhythm of the streets, alert yet calm. The city whispered of centuries past, of festivals, markets, and quiet afternoons, now preserved in memory. Paths remained threaded with careful observation, each footstep both forward and reverent. Civilians observed from safe corners, carrying stories and memories with each cautious movement. Even the wind seemed to move thoughtfully, rustling leaves and loose tiles in soft conversation with the walls. Guides passed information silently, their presence blending seamlessly with shadows and light. And through this slow night, Intramuros held its endurance, shaping both strategy and reflection. The city's heartbeat continued quietly, carrying its story into the coming day. By the first light of dawn, Intramuros revealed itself anew, softened by mist and quiet reflection. Soldiers resumed their careful advance, tracing pathways familiar yet transformed by the night's rest. Fires flickered in small pockets, the gentle orange glow reflected across stone and cobblestone, illuminating facades with subtle warmth. The air carried moisture, dust, and the faint perfume of distant gardens, blending sensory richness with the stillness of early morning. Civilians moved gently, threading past walls and gates with patience, aware that the city's story was unfolding yet again. Guides whispered directions, moving seamlessly between soldiers and alleys, connecting past and present. The rhythm of movement remained slow and deliberate, each step measured against both history and terrain. Even the stone itself seemed to absorb and release the weight of centuries, shaping the cadence of progress. And as the morning light brightened, Intramuros stood resilient, a testament to both continuity and change. The siege, measured and reflective, continued softly onward, carrying the city's pulse into the broader story of Luzon's liberation. Along winding roads and narrow trails, families moved slowly, carrying what little they could gather from homes left behind. Children clung to parents' hands, their small faces turned toward the uncertain horizon. The sun, warm yet unrelenting, fell gently across dust and foliage, softening the sharp edges of ruined towns they left behind. The scent of smoke lingered in the air, a subtle reminder of the chaos they had narrowly escaped. Villagers paused at rivers to drink and rest, listening to the water's soft flow as a quiet companion. Packs of supplies, meager and carefully divided, pressed against tired shoulders, each step a delicate negotiation with both fatigue and hope. Birds moved overhead, calling softly, their presence almost unnoticed against the hum of human movement. Elderly figures traced paths they had known for decades, their memories weaving through the present in gentle reflection. And through these slow marches, the landscape became both guide and witness, carrying each journey forward with quiet patience. The road stretched onward, soft with the promise of safety, yet heavy with the weight of loss. Families navigated villages in ruins, where walls bore the echoes of recent battles, and windows stared like empty eyes. Livestock grazed cautiously nearby, their soft movements a fragile rhythm against silence. The air carried the subtle aroma of wet earth and faint smoke, blending with the soft fragrance of distant fields. Children whispered to one another, sharing fragments of songs and stories, remembered from more peaceful times. Mothers adjusted bundles of cloth and food, pausing to wipe brows and brush dust from worn clothing. Fathers and older sons moved ahead, scanning paths for safety, while carrying both caution and hope. Streams and small bridges became markers, familiar yet now touched with uncertainty. The sun shifted slowly, casting long shadows that softened the contours of fallen walls and debris. And in these quiet moments of movement, the road became a slow meditation, each step measured and deliberate. The travelers pressed onward, carrying memory and endurance with every soft footfall. Evening softened the journey, tinting the fields and hills in gentle hues of orange and pink. Smoke from distant fires rose lazily, mingling with the scent of damp soil and fallen leaves. Travelers paused in small clearings, sharing water and whispers, drawing brief comfort from one another's presence. Children rested on laps or leaned against elder siblings, their breathing slowing in the gentle calm. Packs were set down carefully, contents inspected and adjusted, each item a token of both survival and memory. Old paths revealed themselves subtly beneath feet, stones and roots offering tactile guidance through the fading light. The soft murmur of conversation mingled with distant bird calls and rustling leaves, creating a rhythm that eased both tension and fatigue. Mothers hummed quiet tunes, gentle and steady, threading calm into the air. And as the last light of day softened the horizon, travelers continued, their pace slow yet purposeful. The road held them tenderly, guiding each step with quiet constancy. Morning broke with pale light, revealing gentle hills and mist-shrouded valleys that stretched endlessly ahead. Families resumed their careful trek, moving in measured lines, balancing urgency with endurance. Streams reflected the first hints of sunlight, their gentle flow accompanying the rhythm of weary feet. Birds called softly, tracing arcs over trees, their movements unnoticed but comforting. Travelers paused to rest on grassy banks, eating small portions of rice or dried root, careful to conserve energy. The scent of dew and earth carried softly across the trail, grounding each step in sensory awareness. Conversations remained hushed, punctuated by small gestures of reassurance and care. Elderly travelers traced known bends and bridges, their knowledge guiding others through unseen hazards. And through these soft movements, the road became a continuum of quiet resilience, each footstep both small and significant. The journey unfolded slowly, carrying both hope and reflection into the day. Cattle and horses, abandoned or released, wandered near fields, their gentle movements adding life to the otherwise still landscape. Travelers skirted around them, soft shouts and laughter occasionally rising, blending with wind and distant river sounds. Paths twisted between bamboo groves and low hills, their surfaces softened by scattered leaves and recent rainfall. Children occasionally paused to pick wildflowers or watch insects, brief distractions that tethered them to the calm of the land. Mothers and fathers shared gentle words of encouragement, their voices steady and warm. Packs were adjusted, straps tightened, supplies distributed with quiet care. Every bridge crossed, every stream forded, became both task and meditation, the rhythm of movement aligning with natural flow. Even in fatigue, the travelers noticed small details, the shimmer of dew, the subtle scent of flowers, the distant hum of life returning to fields. And as the day progressed, their steps continued, each movement threading through the landscape with deliberate gentleness. The road carried their journey forward, unhurried yet purposeful. Nightfall softened the hills into muted silhouettes, and fires burned low in small clearings to mark temporary rest. Travelers huddled together, sharing warmth, food, and whispered stories, the soft glow creating intimacy in the vastness around them. Children slept fitfully, leaning against shoulders or curled in blankets, their breathing a gentle rhythm in the quiet night. Adults whispered plans for the coming day, mapping routes and preparing for unseen obstacles. The scent of smoke and damp leaves blended with the warm comfort of shared proximity, easing minds and bodies. Stars emerged above, scattered across deepening sky, guiding and witnessing the slow journey. Streams murmured softly in the distance, a gentle companion to rest and reflection. Even in darkness, paths were recalled from memory, each bend and bridge marking the passage of time and effort. And as the night deepened, travelers rested lightly, carried forward by the unspoken promise of dawn. The road remained patient, a quiet guardian of survival and hope. Rain fell gently in the early morning, soft and persistent, turning trails into ribbons of darkened soil and glistening leaves. Travelers adjusted coverings, slowed steps, and moved with deliberate care to avoid slipping or misstep. Streams swelled quietly, reflecting clouds above, and the soft sound of flowing water filled the valleys. Children's laughter rose occasionally, a fragile joy against the backdrop of fatigue and lingering uncertainty. Adults spoke in calm tones, coordinating movement, distributing food, and watching the edges of the forest and road for signs of change. The scent of wet earth, grass, and flowers mingled with the faint smoke from distant villages, grounding each step in sensory awareness. Even in the rain, the road held its shape, guiding feet with gentle constancy. Packs grew heavier with water, yet determination softened the burden into rhythm. And through the dampened landscape, travelers continued, each step measured, each breath shared in quiet continuity. The path carried them onward, weaving endurance and care into the unfolding day. By midday, sunlight filtered through clouds and trees, casting soft patterns across the traveler's path. Children skipped lightly over puddles, their movements careful yet unconcerned, finding small moments of levity amid endurance. Adults adjusted routes and pace, balancing the comfort of rest with the imperative of continued progress. Streams and hills guided movement, their shapes familiar to some, new to others, yet part of a shared landscape. The soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of birds created a gentle cadence alongside the travelers' steps. Packs were inspected and rearranged, food and water distributed, small gestures of care, maintaining both morale and energy. Even in the midst of weariness, smiles and brief conversations threaded lightness into the journey. The road curved and rose, sometimes narrowing, sometimes opening into fields, carrying the travelers forward without hurry. And through these gentle movements, the civilians' journey unfolded as quiet testimony to endurance and patience. The road held them tenderly, shaping the rhythm of survival and hope. Evening fell softly once again, draping the hills and fields in muted warmth and shadow. Fires were lit carefully in clearings, their smoke rising straight into the cooling air, mingling with the scent of damp earth and distant flora. Travelers settled near water, washing faces, stretching limbs, and sharing gentle words, allowing the rhythm of the day to settle into calm. Children rested, murmuring softly in sleep, while adults observed quietly, attuned to subtle movements and distant sounds. The road itself seemed to exhale, a silent witness to the slow, deliberate passage of humanity through its contours. Packs were stowed for the night, and whispered conversations mapped routes for the coming dawn. Even in weariness there was a shared patience, a quiet understanding of the continuity of life and movement, and as stars emerged above the hills, the travelers drifted toward sleep, held softly by the steady pulse of the landscape. The road carried them gently, weaving endurance, hope, and quiet reflection into every step. Their journey, measured and patient, continued onward, guided by the calm persistence of both land and spirit. The morning sky over Luzon stretched pale and wide, a quiet expanse above mountains, plains, and coastlines, hinting at the movement of wings unseen. Aircraft traced soft arcs high above, their paths precise and deliberate, carrying both observation and presence. Allied pilots moved with steady resolve, scanning the land below. Each flight a gentle assertion of control over vast stretches of terrain. Clouds drifted slowly, diffusing sunlight into a soft glow that touched both earth and metal alike. The Japanese Air Force, once vibrant and agile, appeared diminished, their presence measured and cautious against the dominance of the Allies. Winds carried the faint hum of engines, blending with the soft sounds of forests, rivers, and distant towns below. Soldiers on the ground paused to notice the shadows of aircraft passing overhead, linking movement in the air to action on land. Even the distant ocean reflected the light from above, sparkling in quiet synchrony with flight paths. And in this serene expanse, the skies themselves became both guide and stage, shaping the rhythm of campaigns below. The soft movement of planes carried the story onward, connecting observation, strategy, and the unfolding day. Clouds drifted lazily, their forms shifting against pale blue, casting moving shadows across fields and villages. Pilots traced invisible grids, noting rivers, roads, and mountain passes, translating observation into subtle guidance for advancing forces. Engines hummed steadily, a calming mechanical rhythm against the quiet pulse of the land below. Even as Allied dominance grew, Japanese pilots maneuvered with precision, their movements measured against diminishing numbers and fuel constraints. The sunlight glinted off wings, highlighting surfaces worn by distance, effort, and the passage of months of conflict. Villages and towns below seemed to pause, their occupants sensing movement above, a gentle rhythm of anticipation threading through streets and fields. The air carried the faint scent of heat, dust, and distant forests, anchoring each flight in tangible reality. Soldiers and civilians alike watched softly, aware that the skies now shaped the pace of events below, and as aircraft traced distant arcs, the calm vastness above contrasted with the careful, deliberate rhythm of the land below. The day moved slowly forward, measured in altitude and air currents. At midday the sun rose higher, spreading a warmer glow across ridges, rivers, and distant villages. Wings gleamed under its light, reflections soft and fleeting, as pilots adjusted altitude and course. Allied planes patrolled steadily, a rhythm of vigilance and quiet assurance that shaped the perception of freedom below. Japanese aircraft moved with deliberate care, seeking paths of observation and retreat in the dwindling space they controlled. Air currents carried scents of earth, wet foliage, and distant smoke, weaving sensory detail into the movement above. Soldiers paused to glance upward, noting shadows crossing the streets, rooftops, and fields in a slow, hypnotic pattern. Clouds shifted gently, softening angles of light and shaping visibility, creating a dynamic tapestry of sky and earth. Pilots communicated softly, their coordination precise, yet understated, guiding each flight with awareness of both landscape and enemy. And through this measured dance of altitude, sunlight, and air currents, the skies narrated the progress of the campaign with calm authority. Flight and observation intertwined, threading forward the quiet rhythm of strategy. In the late afternoon, distant mountains cast long shadows across valleys and streams, their shapes mirrored by the faint silhouettes of aircraft above. Pilots adjusted altitudes to account for wind and light, their focus steady yet relaxed in the gentle expanse of sky. The Japanese presence had thinned further, aircraft moving in cautious arcs, conserving energy and awareness. Below, rivers glimmered, forests whispered in the wind, and roads curved softly along gentle hills, all part of the subtle map traced by observation. The hum of engines blended with natural rhythms, creating a hypnotic cadence that touched both pilots and observers on the ground. Soldiers moving through fields and villages noticed patterns, aligning movement with cues from above, a silent choreography of air and land. Clouds thickened in patches, softening the sun and diffusing light across ridges and valleys, transforming perspective into muted forms. Even as the day waned, flight paths continued with gentle consistency, maintaining control through presence rather than urgency. And in this expansive theater, the skies carried the subtle tension of dominance, observation, and patience, guiding strategy quietly onward. The rhythm of altitude and perspective threaded seamlessly into the unfolding story below. As evening approached, soft light filtered through remaining clouds, casting a warm glow over hills, rivers, and distant towns. Pilots traced the final arcs of observation for the day, their movements smooth and deliberate, integrating knowledge gained with gentle foresight. Shadows of aircraft swept across villages, reflecting faintly in puddles and streams, creating fleeting connections between sky and land. The Japanese Air Force, retreating into distant bases or dispersing cautiously, left trails of quiet absence, a measured surrender of control above. Soldiers and civilians alike moved with awareness of these shadows, feeling the soft presence of strategy without urgency. The air carried the scent of cooling earth, faint smoke, and distant flowers, grounding the movement of wings in sensory detail. Clouds shifted slowly, catching hues of orange and pink as the sun lowered, softening angles and edges across the terrain. Pilots adjusted communications and course, preparing for evening rest while maintaining gentle vigilance, and through the calm descent of day, the skies remained a quiet instrument of influence, shaping the pace and perception of movement below. Flight and control persisted softly, threading forward the campaign's quiet rhythm. Nightfall approached, and aircraft movement slowed, guided by fading light and the cool hush of air currents. Engines hummed gently, their sounds blending with the soft murmur of distant rivers and rustling foliage below. Pilots adjusted positions to remain alert, while conserving energy, their focus precise yet unhurried. Shadows of aircraft stretched across fields, towns, and low hills, a subtle reminder of presence and oversight. The air carried cool scents of wet earth and nighttime blossoms, grounding altitude in sensory reality. Soldiers and civilians, weary from the day, noticed movement in the sky with quiet attention, the rhythm above echoing the pulse of land below. Clouds dispersed in gentle patches, revealing points of soft starlight and a waning moon. Even in the lull of night, control persisted through observation, a quiet assertion of dominance without haste or disruption. And as darkness settled, the skies exhaled slowly, a broad canvas guiding strategy, vigilance and endurance. Flight continued softly, carrying awareness and influence into the night. With the arrival of moonlight, aircraft patrolled more subtly, their arcs soft against the silvered sky. Pilots moved with deliberate calm, relying on instruments, memory, and the faint glow of terrain below. The Japanese presence remained minimal, cautious, constrained by dwindling resources and the weight of previous losses. Below, rivers shimmered faintly, fields appeared muted, and villages rested under the gentle sweep of night. The hum of engines blended with the distant whisper of forests and soft lapping of water, creating a meditative rhythm. Soldiers and civilians sensed patterns without need for sight, guided by instinct and the quiet dominance above. Clouds carried silver light, softening the landscape and merging earth and sky in muted harmony. Pilots adjusted altitude with gentle care, sustaining presence, observation, and safety simultaneously. And through this nocturnal rhythm, the skies of Luzon became both guardian and guide, shaping the silent pulse of the campaign. The soft vigilance of night threaded forward, preparing for the unfolding of another day. By the early hours of dawn, the first pale light returned to the horizon, touching fields, rivers, and ridges with gentle warmth. Aircraft resumed measured patrols, tracing arcs familiar from previous days, blending observation with soft continuity. Engines hummed quietly, their tone steady and unobtrusive against the awakening land below. Clouds moved slowly, diffusing light and shaping visibility, marking time and distance with gentle precision. Soldiers in villages and on roads noticed shadows stretching across fields and rooftops, a quiet rhythm threading movement and perception. The Japanese Air Force had nearly vanished from these skies, their presence a faint memory against the vast canvas of Allied dominance. Pilots adjusted flight paths with calm awareness, integrating past observations into current strategy with measured care. Streams reflected soft dawn light, guiding both air and land in gentle synchronization. And as the sun rose fully, the skies over Luzon whispered of vigilance, control, and quiet endurance. Flight carried forward the campaign's rhythm, soft yet insistent, bridging land, strategy, and anticipation. Cavite's harbor lay quiet beneath the morning haze, its waters reflecting pale light, as if holding its breath. Once vibrant with ships, sailors, and commerce, the port now whispered of absence, of movements long stilled. Wooden piers sagged under the weight of memory, their surfaces worn and weathered by storms and neglect. Seagulls circled softly above, their cries gentle against the faint ripple of water. Buildings along the shoreline, once bustling with trade, now stood silent, facades muted by dust and time. Soldiers and locals walked slowly, tracing paths once familiar, careful to preserve the fragile sense of continuity. The air carried the scent of salt and damp earth, mingling with faint smoke from distant fires, grounding observation in sensation. Children paused near abandoned warehouses, their laughter tentative, sensing the stillness that held stories of loss. And as morning deepened, Cavite seemed to exhale, offering quiet reflection in the rhythm of its silence. The harbour, calm and patient, guided footsteps softly forward, connecting past and present. Stone streets curved gently through neighbourhoods that once hummed with life, their surfaces soft with dust and fallen leaves. Shops and homes bore marks of absence, windows vacant, yet strangely luminous in soft light. Families returned cautiously, carrying memories of earlier days, their movements measured against the quiet pulse of the city. Birds settled into eaves and rafters, their gentle fluttering the only disturbance against long stillness. The scent of old timber and sun-warmed stone rose subtly from walls and streets, blending past and present in a delicate harmony. Soldiers observed quietly, noting patterns of rebuilding and resilience, their presence respectful and subdued. Children traced familiar paths, stepping lightly over uneven cobbles, pausing to peer at remnants of what had been. Even in silence, the city spoke softly, each street and alleyway a gentle echo of prior vibrancy, and through these measured steps, Cavite revealed both its wounds and its endurance, holding the past tenderly within the present. Time moved slowly here, carrying reflection forward with quiet intention. Along the waterfront, the skeletal remains of once proud vessels rested in shallow waters, their hulls softened by tide and age. Rust and barnacles adorned each surface, creating textures that spoke of time, neglect, and resilience. Soldiers and locals alike walked slowly, their feet pressing into sand and gravel with care, mindful of history beneath. The scent of salt water mingled with earth and faint oils, grounding awareness in sensation. Children collected small shells and driftwood, simple treasures amid echoes of grandeur, lost. Waves lapped softly against piers and hulls, a gentle, repetitive rhythm that seemed to breathe life into stillness. Conversations were muted, voices soft threaded with curiosity, reflection, and the quiet reverence of presence. Even the wind carried a hush, rustling palm leaves and peeling paint with soft insistence. And as the tide shifted, Cavite's waterfront became a meditation of return and memory, each ripple a gentle pulse across time. Movement continued slowly forward, guided by the harbour's patient embrace. The streets widened into plazas once filled with merchants and townsfolk, now quiet, their surfaces soft under the afternoon sun. Shadows shifted slowly across stone and brick, tracing arches and fountains that survived despite the weight of history. Soldiers paused to observe the subtle play of light, the way the city seemed to breathe in muted rhythms. Civilians returned gradually, carrying small bundles, glimpses of food, cloth, and hope along narrow pathways. The faint scent of cooking drifted through alleyways, blending with warm stone and sunlight, anchoring presence in sensory awareness. Children explored abandoned corners, curiosity tempered by reverence, finding small joys amid silence. Birds flitted among rooftops and balconies, their calls threading softly into the calm rhythm of streets. Walls, softened by age, told stories without words, each crack, arch, and faded sign a testament to endurance. And as afternoon deepened, the city exhaled gently, carrying echoes of both loss and recovery. Cavite moved slowly, measured by memory and patient observation. Near the old naval arsenal, remnants of cranes and warehouses stood quietly, silhouetted against the soft sky. Rusted beams and warped wood suggested both fragility and resilience, a delicate balance between decay and persistence. Soldiers traced the edges of paths and rail lines, careful not to disturb the fragile presence of history. The scent of salt and iron mingled, subtle and grounding, filling the air with tactile awareness. Children approached cautiously, stepping lightly, eyes wide with wonder at the quiet monumentality of structures once alive with purpose. Waves whispered against the harbour, their gentle rhythm echoing the calm pulse of the streets beyond. Locals spoke softly to one another, recounting fragments of stories and memory, voices blending seamlessly into the stillness. And through this gentle wandering, Cavite revealed its layered narrative, each element of ruin carrying its own quiet weight. The harbour, streets and plazas formed a seamless continuum, guiding observation and reflection forward. Time unfolded gently, held by stone water and patient memory. Evening softened Cavite, bathing streets and waterfronts in warm, muted hues that blurred edges and shadows. The scent of salt water and evening blooms carried through alleys, blending with faint smoke from fires in distant homes. Soldiers and returning civilians moved slowly, adjusting pace to the rhythm of light, their presence quiet yet attentive. Children's footsteps whispered over cobblestones, their laughter gentle, careful, threading warmth through stillness. The skeletal piers and warehouses seemed to exhale, softened by shadow and distance, while waves traced gentle lines across the harbour. Birds settled on eaves and beams, rustling softly, their wings a subtle punctuation to quiet observation. Conversations carried low, punctuated by reflection, and shared wonder at what remained and what might return. And as dusk deepened, Cavite held its silence tenderly, offering calm and space for memory to linger. The city's rhythm continued softly, measured by shadow, water, and the pulse of return. Evening moved slowly forward, carrying quiet endurance into the approaching night. Night arrived with a delicate hush, and the harbour reflected the pale moon, silver on gentle ripples of water. Shadows softened across streets and plazas, creating a blanket of stillness that seemed to fold the city in reflection. Soldiers and families paused, resting lightly, their footsteps slow and careful, attuned to the quiet rhythm of place. The faint scent of salt, earth, and cool evening air mingled, grounding presence in the sensory world. Fires glimmered softly in distant homes, small points of warmth threading through the city's quiet heart. Children slept lightly, leaning against parents or elder siblings, their breathing soft and regular. Even the wind whispered, moving through empty streets, lifting loose papers and leaves with gentle insistence. And as the night deepened, Cavite exhaled slowly, carrying both memory and anticipation of recovery in the subtle pulse of quiet streets. The city's endurance and reflection threaded gently forward, guiding presence and thought. Darkness held both peace and attention, allowing the story to continue softly onward. By early morning, Cavite began to stir again, the harbour reflecting pale light and distant mist. Soldiers and civilians resumed gentle movement, their footsteps measured, respectful of the fragile calm. Birds called softly, tracing arcs above piers, warehouses, and shallow waters, their rhythm threading into human observation. Children explored lightly, rediscovering streets, plazas, and hidden corners, their curiosity blending with reverence. The scent of salt earth and faint fires rose subtly, shaping awareness and connecting past with present. Packs, bundles, and small possessions were adjusted carefully, the rhythm of life continuing at a slow, deliberate pace. Conversation remained low, punctuated by whispers and brief laughter, harmonizing with the muted cityscape. And as dawn strengthened, Cavite revealed its resilience, its silent presence carrying memory, recovery, and quiet anticipation. Movement threaded softly across streets, water and stone, the city's pulse shaping every step. Cavite's silence held gently, guiding reflection and presence toward the next chapter of Luzon's story. The Sierra Madre rose softly into the mist, its peaks cloaked in clouds that whispered across ridges and valleys. Trails wound narrowly between trees, rocks, and streams, each step measured and deliberate, guiding both movement and observation. Soldiers moved slowly, aware of the subtle shift in terrain, listening to the quiet of wind through leaves and the distant rush of water. Yamashita's forces traced these paths with intimate knowledge, each bend and incline etched into memory over months of resistance. Packs pressed against weary shoulders, boots scuffed with mud and dust, yet movement continued, steady and patient. The scent of pine, wet earth, and distant smoke hung lightly in the air, grounding every step in tangible awareness. Birds traced arcs above, their calls faint against the rhythm of trudging feet, a gentle continuity amid the tension of campaign. And through these silent movements, the mountain seemed both guardian and witness, shaping the endurance of all who passed. The climb rose slowly, each elevation carrying both effort and reflection. Valleys opened ahead, promising distance traveled, yet signaling more still to navigate. Ridges and passes formed a delicate labyrinth, guiding movement through forests thick with shadow and light. Soldiers paused occasionally, adjusting packs, drinking water from cool streams, and listening to the muted rhythm of wind through foliage. Yamashita's forces moved cautiously, positioning with patience and experience, creating an almost imperceptible tension beneath the surface calm. The scent of moss and wet leaves was delicate but constant, mingling with faint smoke from distant fires or cooking, anchoring presence in sensory detail. Soldiers shared quiet words, whispers of guidance, encouragement, and observation, threading care into the rhythm of ascent. Rocks and roots created subtle challenges underfoot, requiring balance, attention, and respect for the land's form. Birds and insects punctuated the landscape softly, their presence unnoticed yet deeply felt in the hushed tapestry of mountain life. And through the twisting trails, the mountains held a quiet authority, shaping both strategy and endurance in equal measure. Every turn revealed new heights, and with each step the rhythm of effort became hypnotic, drawing attention gently forward. The path, patient and unhurried, guided each movement with subtle insistence. Streams traced the contours of valleys, carrying water over stones worn smooth by time, a gentle accompaniment to footsteps. Soldiers and guides paused to observe patterns in flow, using the landscape's whispers to inform navigation and pace. Trees arched overhead, their branches filtering sunlight into soft patterns on moss and soil, creating a rhythm of light and shadow that mirrored the careful movement below. Yamashita's units shifted with cautious deliberation, embedding themselves in familiar hollows and ridges, their presence a quiet counterpoint to advancing forces. The scent of damp earth and distant pine strengthened awareness of place, grounding every decision in sensory memory. Packs and equipment were adjusted, minor discomforts acknowledged and corrected, maintaining continuity and endurance. Children of the forest, small birds and animals moved unseen, yet left traces in soft rustling and faint tracks, reminders of life continuing in parallel. And as daylight faded slowly through clouds and branches, the mountains carried both caution and resolve, shaping the rhythm of each step. Shadows lengthened across streams and ridges, softening contours yet guiding passage. The mountain air, cool and steady, infused movement with patience and measured focus. Ascending higher, the trails became narrow, bordered by cliffs and fallen logs that required attention and careful footing. Soldiers moved in deliberate lines, mindful of balance, pace, and communication, their steps blending with the natural rhythm of the forest. The scent of damp soil intensified, mingling with resinous pine and the faint smoke of distant fires, anchoring awareness in a tactile present. Yamashita's forces observed silently, their positions chosen to exploit both terrain and patience, creating a subtle, persistent tension. Streams and rivulets offered both refreshment and reference points, guiding the slow, deliberate movement of men and supplies. Birds traced arcs over ridges, their calls soft and fleeting, echoing the measured pulse of human passage below. Soldiers adjusted clothing and packs, small gestures of care threaded into the steady rhythm of endurance. And through these deliberate movements, the mountains spoke softly, demanding respect and attention, shaping both strategy and perception. Each ridge revealed further ascent, each step a negotiation between effort and persistence. The peaks, distant and shrouded, seemed to breathe with the same rhythm as those who climbed beneath their watch. Over rocky slopes, the trail narrowed further, edged with ferns and moss-covered stones, demanding mindfulness in every step. Soldiers paused briefly, feeling the subtle vibration of movement through the ground and the quiet pulse of the wind across ridges. Yamashita's defenders moved with patience, occupying subtle hollows and hidden inclines, their presence known only to those who observed closely. The air carried scents of earth, wet pine, and distant fires, layering sensory memory into navigation and awareness. Packs grew heavier with each ascent, yet the rhythm of movement persisted, measured and continuous. Soldiers exchanged quiet words of guidance and reassurance, threads of human care woven into the mountain's fabric. Streams, waterfalls, and quiet pools punctuated the landscape, offering respite and gentle reflection between stretches of effort. Birds and insects marked passage in sound and movement, integrating life seamlessly into human endurance. And as clouds drifted slowly across peaks and valleys, the mountains maintained their quiet authority, shaping both perception and pace. The climb continued, patient, unhurried, and hypnotically measured. Afternoon sun filtered through breaks in clouds, illuminating distant ridges and valleys with warm, muted light. Soldiers moved steadily, boots pressing into softened soil and moss, each step deliberate and aware. Yamashita's positions remained calculated, subtle and almost invisible, embedding quiet strategy into the folds of the land. The scent of pine, damp leaves, and occasional smoke continued to anchor awareness, threading the rhythm of movement into tangible experience. Streams whispered against rocks, their gentle sound accompanying steady footsteps and soft conversation. Soldiers adjusted equipment, tightened straps, and distributed supplies, small gestures sustaining endurance across long hours. Birds traced familiar arcs overhead, their movement synchronized with the cadence of human passage below. And through these soft hours of exertion, the mountains shaped the story of struggle, patience, and persistence. In every incline and valley, each ridge climbed became both accomplishment and reflection, measured in effort and awareness. The mountain paths, patient and enduring, guided the campaign forward with gentle insistence. Evening shadows stretched across cliffs and ridges, softening angles and pooling in valleys like liquid calm. Soldiers paused to rest briefly, drinking from streams, adjusting clothing, and observing the subtle patterns of light and shadow. The scent of damp earth, pine, and distant fires deepened, layering the air with sensory richness that tethered presence to place. Yamashita's forces shifted quietly, positioning for continued observation, maintaining rhythm and vigilance with patient consistency. Small animals rustled through underbrush, birds called faintly, and insects whispered in concert with the soft pulse of human movement. Packs were adjusted, equipment checked, and paths reconsidered, every gesture deliberate, sustaining calm and continuity. Even as night approached, the mountains seemed to exhale softly, carrying the weight of both effort and endurance with gentle persistence. And through this slow descent of light, each movement remained measured, deliberate, and quietly hypnotic. Steps traced the contours of ridges, guiding movement and thought alike. The peaks, patient and enduring, observed the passage of all who moved beneath them. Night fell fully, wrapping the mountains in soft darkness, punctuated only by distant stars and the faint glow of fires below. Soldiers settled lightly, tending to rest meals and whispered conversation, maintaining quiet presence amid vast expanse. Streams murmured softly, leaves rustled with gentle insistence, and the air carried scents of pine, earth, and cooling stone. Yamashita's positions remained strategically placed, invisible in darkness yet persistent in influence, a quiet echo of planning and patience. Packs were stowed carefully, gear aligned for quick movement if necessary, maintaining rhythm even in stillness. Soldiers whispered softly, sharing guidance, reassurance, and subtle reflections of endurance and progress. The mountains exhaled slowly, their presence both guardian and witness to the day's passage, and the quiet persistence of human effort. And as night deepened, the rhythm of movement, reflection, and endurance threaded softly forward. Paths remained present in memory and terrain, guiding the next day with measured attention. The mountain war continued, silent yet persistent, shaping both body and mind beneath patient peaks. Beneath Luzon's surface, the mountains and ridges concealed a labyrinth of tunnels, caves, and hidden chambers, where the earth itself seemed to hold its breath. Japanese soldiers moved quietly through these spaces, their presence ghost-like against the cool, damp walls that absorbed every sound. The scent of earth, stone, and faint smoke lingered, grounding awareness in the sensory reality of the hidden world. Soldiers above traced ridges and valleys, sometimes unaware of the movements below, yet every step echoed softly through hidden passages. The tunnels curved and narrowed, winding unpredictably, a natural and human-made network that demanded care and patience. Lanterns cast faint, wavering light, illuminating surfaces roughened by stone roots and time. Voices were hushed, whispers blending with the subtle drip of water and the occasional rustle of insects. A quiet rhythm that seemed almost meditative. Supplies were moved carefully, packs brushed against stone walls, and footsteps timed to minimize sound. Even the faintest shift in air or echo carried significance, creating awareness of presence in this subterranean world. And as daylight traced patterns across ridges above, the tunnels held their own slow, patient rhythm, waiting for the next step forward. Small caves dotted the landscape, their entrances hidden behind foliage or rock formations, like secrets whispered by the earth itself. Soldiers entering these spaces adjusted slowly, letting eyes acclimate to dim light and cool air. The walls exuded the faint scent of moss, damp stone and earth, mingling with the trace of smoke from small, controlled fires used for warmth or signaling. Movement was deliberate, each step calculated to preserve both position and silence, a quiet dance with the underground world. Echoes carried softly, each sound a reminder of distance, shape, and presence. Supplies were distributed with care, Essentials moved through narrow corridors with patience and attention. Insects hummed gently, water dripped slowly, and the faint rustle of movement threaded into the quiet atmosphere. Soldiers paused periodically, listening and reflecting, their awareness heightened by the intimacy of enclosed space. And through these passages, the tunnels themselves became both guide and guardian, shaping movement and thought alike. Time felt slower here, measured by breath, sound, and the patient pulse of hidden life. Roots threaded through the tunnels, sometimes hanging from ceilings, sometimes lifting from floors, adding texture and challenge to careful movement. Soldiers brushed lightly against stone walls, their hands aware of surfaces rough and damp, grounding presence in touch as well as sight. The faint scent of earth and distant smoke deepened, anchoring each moment in tangible reality. Lamps and lanterns glowed softly, their light diffused by dust and moisture in the air, creating a muted, almost hypnotic radiance. Water seeped through cracks, pooling in shallow depressions, offering both refreshment and subtle warning of the tunnel's contours. Silence was maintained deliberately, every sound carrying weight, every step a measured negotiation with the underground world. Conversations were whispers, offering guidance, encouragement, and reflection, while blending seamlessly into the muted rhythm of movement. And as paths curved and chambers opened, the tunnels revealed hidden depth, both literal and symbolic, threading awareness forward with care. Passage continued slowly, each turn and incline a meditation in endurance and observation. The hidden world beneath Luzon persisted quietly, patient and unhurried, guiding every motion within its embrace. Occasional shafts of light pierced through cracks in rock or entrances above, illuminating small sections with gentle warmth. Soldiers paused to observe, adjusting eyes and pace to these soft interruptions, savoring the brief connection with the surface world. The scent of damp stone and earthy air mixed with warmth from sunlight, offering a subtle contrast to the otherwise cool subterranean environment. Small alcoves held traces of previous occupation, discarded supplies, marks in stone, or faint impressions of movement long past. Water dripped in irregular patterns, creating a soft hypnotic rhythm alongside the hushed steps and whispered guidance. Insects and small animals continued their quiet hidden lives, threading subtle presence into the human activity below. Soldiers adjusted gear, consulted maps, and exchanged low words, integrating reflection with careful navigation. And through these measured movements, the tunnels seemed to breathe with their own calm, slow pulse, shaping strategy and awareness in equal measure. Awareness sharpened without urgency, attention heightened gently with each turn of passage. The underground world extended endlessly, patient, quiet, and full of subtle significance. At deeper levels, the air grew cooler and heavier, filled with faint scents of wet stone and accumulated earth. Soldiers moved with increased care, boots pressing softly against uneven floors, hands touching walls for balance and reassurance. The rhythm of drip, breath, and whisper wove a meditative pattern through the chambers, threading presence into every moment. Japanese defenders navigated familiar corridors, their movements quiet, deliberate, informed by months of experience and awareness. Lanterns glowed softly, illuminating surfaces roughened by stone and roots, creating muted textures and patterns that drew the eye gently. Supplies and personal items were distributed with care, small gestures of order in an otherwise secretive environment. Occasional echoes carried far, reminding all of the expansiveness and complexity of the hidden network. And as footsteps traced arcs and paths, the underground world became both instrument and witness, shaping experience and perception with slow insistence, Shadows merged softly with stone, creating contours, both subtle and significant. Movement persisted patiently, threaded with awareness, care, and the quiet pulse of subterranean life. Paths branched unpredictably, leading to chambers, alcoves, and exits obscured by rock and foliage. Soldiers paused at junctions, adjusting bearings, listening for echoes, and feeling the texture of walls with practiced hands. The faint scent of smoke, earth, and moisture combined with subtle heat from lanterns, grounding every decision in sensory reality. Silence was punctuated only by occasional whispers, rustling of movement, and the gentle drip of water through stone. Supply packs brushed against stone and roots, distributing weight carefully to maintain rhythm and balance. Shadows deepened in corners and recesses, softening shapes and creating a hypnotic, immersive rhythm of presence. Insects and small animals continued hidden lives, their whispers threading subtly into the quiet human activity. And through these careful movements, soldiers maintained continuity, endurance, and observation in the subterranean world. The tunnels guided both action and reflection, patient, deliberate, and unhurried. Movement continued forward, shaping awareness as the day above slowly waned. Exits occasionally revealed glimpses of sunlight or distant ridges, soft hints of the surface that punctuated long periods of shadow and calm. Soldiers paused to observe, letting eyes adjust and breathing deepen, savoring the gentle connection with the world above. The cool, damp air of the tunnels contrasted softly with warmth from these faint openings, creating a sensory meditation of transition. Paths led both deeper and outward, requiring attention, patience, and subtle coordination to maintain awareness and presence. Whispered guidance threaded through corridors, balancing instruction with reflection, shaping rhythm and movement gently. Water continued to drip and pool, its sound a steady companion to careful footsteps, creating a hypnotic cadence of presence. Lanterns flickered softly, casting gentle illumination that danced across roots, walls, and equipment. And as tunnels twisted and turned, the hidden world maintained its quiet authority, guiding both thought and action with calm insistence. Soldiers moved with awareness, patience, and measured continuity, threading presence into every shadowed space. The underground war, secretive and patient, carried forward into the next chapter of Luzon's unfolding story. By early evening, lanterns glowed faintly against walls of stone and moss, casting muted warmth across chambers and passages. Soldiers adjusted equipment, shared whispered words, and moved slowly, maintaining awareness and endurance in quiet rhythm. The faint scent of earth, stone, and distant smoke lingered, weaving together presence, reflection, and continuity. Streams of water traced soft lines across floors, joining the hypnotic rhythm of breath, steps, and gentle whispers. Insects and small creatures continued their subtle activity, unnoticed but deeply felt, threading life into the underground world. Shadows merged with stone, roots, and subtle textures, creating an immersive environment of quiet meditation. Soldiers paused occasionally, adjusting posture, reflecting on navigation, and allowing awareness to merge with rhythm of space. And through this calm persistence, the tunnels carried both history and strategy, patient, enduring, and quietly insistent. Movement threaded forward slowly, connecting subterranean life with the surface campaign above. The hidden war, shadowed and silent, shaped perception, endurance, and reflection as Luzon's story continued onward. The mountains of northern Luzon had long held the tiger of Malaya, their ridges and valleys shaping both his defense and endurance. General Yamashita moved with quiet precision, observing terrain, troops, and weather with a deliberate calm. His presence commanding yet measured. Soldiers around him followed routines etched by months of careful preparation, their footsteps, whispers, and gestures blending with the muted rhythm of the highlands. The scent of pine, wet earth, and distant smoke lingered, mingling with the faint metallic trace of old equipment and supplies. Each ridge and pass bore memory of effort, strategy, and patience, and Yamashita's decisions threaded through the terrain like subtle currents. Even in retreat, he maintained a sense of dignity, a calm that contrasted with the slow collapse of positions around him. The mountains seemed to hold both him and his opponents in suspended observation, patient witnesses to the final chapters of strategy. And as the days shortened, the rhythm of endurance threaded forward, carrying both human and landscape into reflection. Each valley traversed became a testament to resilience, careful calculation, and the passage of time. Slowly inevitability crept beneath patience, preparing both observer and subject for what lay ahead. The capture of Yamashita unfolded quietly, without grand spectacle, marked by the soft steps of soldiers approaching, the measured words exchanged, and the calm acceptance of the general himself. There was no sudden eruption, only the careful acknowledgement of a position rendered untenable by persistent strategy and circumstance. The faint scent of earth, pine, and distant fires mingled with the cooler air of highland valleys, grounding presence in tangible reality. Soldiers and guides approached with deliberate care, observing both protocol and respect, moving with awareness of history in the making. Yamashita's demeanor remained composed, a quiet reflection of discipline and understanding, his posture calm amid the shift from command to prisoner. Surrounding ridges seemed to sigh softly, the mountains exhaling after months of tense, measured vigilance. Conversation was minimal, whispers threaded with acknowledgement, both of endurance and the quiet surrender of circumstance. And through these deliberate movements, the capture felt more like a gentle passing of authority than abrupt conclusion. Every gesture and observation carried reflection, patience, and subtle significance. The rhythm of mountains and human action merged softly, guiding awareness into the next stage of history. Transported from the highlands, Yamashita moved slowly through valleys and towns, his presence quiet yet commanding even in surrender. Locals and soldiers observed with muted attention, sensing the contrast between legend and human reality, the weight of history compressed in a single figure. The faint scent of earth, dust, and distant smoke lingered along the path, anchoring awareness in place and time. Soldiers and guides maintained calm routines, providing sustenance, direction, and quiet reassurance, threading continuity through movement. Yamashita's own steps were deliberate, his eyes tracing landscapes familiar and unfamiliar alike, cataloguing memory and observation. Conversations were whispers, careful, respectful, acknowledging both strategy and consequence, threading humanity into a narrative of surrender. And as towns passed beneath windowed hills and gentle ridges, the slow pace allowed reflection on resilience, failure, and the passage of time. Each step forward carried weight without urgency, measured, calm, and continuous. The general's journey traced both geography and historical significance, each movement a subtle meditation on authority and consequence. And through this quiet transit, the narrative of Yamashita's final days unfolded, patient and deliberate, guiding presence forward softly. Upon reaching holding locations, Yamashita's routine adjusted to the rhythm of confinement, quiet steps threading through barracks and corridors. The air carried faint scents of earth, wood, and distant fires, blending subtly with the human presence that now shared the space. Guards and attendants moved with deliberate care, maintaining order while respecting the dignity of the man before them. Yamashita maintained calm observation, cataloguing movements, conversations, and details of the surroundings with habitual attention. Meals, routines, and correspondence were managed with precision, each action threading patience, reflection, and quiet purpose. The rhythm of day and night shaped perception, guiding both prisoners and observers into subtle meditation on circumstance. The mountains, valleys, and paths of recent memory lingered in thought, offering reflection amid constrained movement. And through this measured passage, history seemed to hold its breath, observing endurance, discipline, and consequence unfold with muted significance. Every interaction carried subtle weight, threading observation, respect, and reflection into calm continuity. The cadence of captivity shaped both thought and awareness, preparing the mind for the legal and historical reckoning to follow. The trial of Yamashita commenced quietly, with proceedings conducted under careful order, measured observation, and deliberate rhythm. Evidence and testimony traced both strategy and consequence, threading history into a narrative both factual and reflective. Yamashita's demeanor remained calm, attentive, and unhurried, observing questions, testimony, and the cadence of proceedings with steady patience. The scent of polished wood, paper, and muted incense lingered, blending with the faint hum of conversation and procedural whispers. Soldiers, officials, and witnesses moved through their roles carefully, aware of the gravity carried within each statement, gesture, and observation. Questions were posed with deliberation, answers offered with calm precision, and the quiet pulse of the courtroom carried the rhythm of history in measured beats. Observers traced subtle gestures, the movement of eyes, hands, and posture, threading perception into the slow unfolding of consequence. And through this careful process, Yamashita became simultaneously subject, observer, and symbol, each role layered in calm reflection. The trial's rhythm carried weight without urgency, patience without delay, guiding attention with hypnotic, measured cadence. Reflection deepened with each day, threading awareness into the broader sweep of Luzon's wartime narrative. Conviction and sentencing followed with subdued, solemn observance, each step framed by careful protocol and respect for history's weight. Yamashita received word quietly, acknowledging consequence with a calm posture, eyes steady, voice measured. The air carried faint scents of paper, polished wood, and the gentle warmth of human presence, grounding awareness in tangible reality. Soldiers and officials executed duties with deliberate attention, ensuring both order and dignity were maintained. Conversation was minimal, whispered, threaded with reflection, careful acknowledgement, and understanding of the significance of the moment. Yamashita's calm persisted, a quiet reflection of discipline and awareness, threading continuity between strategy, consequence, and human presence. And as the day passed, the rhythm of observation, protocol, and reflection carried all participants softly forward, threading patience into what could have been chaos. Each gesture, step, and observation merged into a deliberate, unhurried cadence of history. The mountains, valleys, and ridges of Luzon lingered in thought, echoing endurance and consequence in soft meditation. And through this measured passage, the life and decisions of Yamashita became woven into the broader tapestry of wartime memory. The execution, carried out with solemn efficiency, held the same measured cadence that defined the general's final months. Every motion, gesture, and breath was threaded with attention, respect, and deliberate presence. Yamashita met the moment with calm awareness, a quiet acknowledgement of consequence without excess or dramatization. The air carried faint scents of polished wood, earth, and the subtle presence of observers, threading sensory awareness into the experience. Soldiers maintained careful discipline, movements measured, voices minimal, each action in harmony with the weight of history. Observers traced every motion with reflective attention, aware of the layered significance, threading through the quiet rhythm of protocol. And as the day concluded, the general's life, decisions, and legacy were both ended and preserved, folded into memory with deliberate patience. Every detail, gesture, and observation carried significance, unhurried and calm, blending humanity with history. The mountains, rivers, and valleys of Luzon lingered softly in collective memory, framing understanding in quiet reflection. And through this measured passing, Yamashita became both story and symbol, his presence enduring in the contemplative rhythm of history. In the months that followed, reflection on Yamashita's campaigns spread through Luzon among soldiers, civilians, and historians alike. The rhythm of mountains, cities, and valleys remained in memory, shaping interpretation, reflection, and narrative alike. His strategies, endurance, and failures were discussed with both admiration and critique. Threaded into the collective understanding of the war, the scent of earth, rain, and lingering smoke carried through towns and forests, threading awareness of past campaigns into present observation. Soldiers who traversed ridges and tunnels recalled patterns of movement, decision, and consequence, their memories woven into the fabric of ongoing reflection. Civilians traced streets and plazas, carrying forward the subtle awareness of the past, embedding history into daily life with quiet meditation. And through this reflective process, Yamashita's life became both caution and study, his decisions threaded into broader contemplation. Every ridge, tunnel, and street remembered the measured rhythm of strategy, patience, and endurance. The mountains exhaled gently, carrying both legend and consequence in their enduring presence. And the story of the Tiger of Malaya, calm yet persistent, continued to echo softly through Luzon's landscape. Manila lay quiet, its streets lined with remnants of structures that once hummed with life, now reduced to fragile skeletons of stone and wood. Survivors moved slowly through avenues softened by ash, their footsteps stirring dust that rose in delicate clouds, momentarily catching the muted sunlight. The scent of smoke lingered faintly in the air, mingling with earth, damp stone, and the subtle traces of past fires. Windows and doors, shattered and empty, framed a city paused in reflection, caught between memory and the slow passage of time. Children, quiet and careful, traced paths once bustling with carts and voices, their presence small yet insistent against the stillness. Soldiers and workers moved gently through ruins, clearing rubble, mapping what remained, threading continuity into the fragmented cityscape. The rhythm of movement was unhurried, measured in careful steps and deliberate gestures, acknowledging both loss and the gentle insistence of life. And through these silent streets, Manila spoke softly, carrying whispers of past bustle, the hum of presence, and the shadow of what had been. Every step forward felt both fragile and essential, an acknowledgement of endurance in quiet motion. The city, patient and listening, seemed to hold its breath, guiding each movement with subtle persistence. Rivers of debris traced former thoroughfares, their shapes marking pathways now softened and broken by fire and neglect. Survivors paused along edges, gathering small items, tracing memories, and reflecting in gentle silence on what had been lost. The scent of damp ash and distant earth permeated every step, carrying both melancholy and the subtle promise of renewal. Roofs collapsed or charred revealed sky and clouds, shifting slowly above, their presence, a quiet companion to human reflection. Birds circled cautiously, their calls soft, threading life gently through streets, otherwise still with absence. Soldiers moved alongside civilians, sharing small tasks, redistributing essentials, and maintaining careful observation of both structures and people. Conversations were hushed, reflective, threaded with memory and quiet patience, blending into the hypnotic rhythm of restoration. And through the city's slow awakening, every corner, street, and alley seemed infused with history, guiding awareness and reflection alike. Footsteps traced patterns of survival and endurance, connecting fragments of past to the fragile present. Manila's heart beat softly beneath ashes, waiting for the slow cadence of life to return once more. Markets and plazas, once crowded with traders, now held echoes of sound and smell faintly preserved in memory. Dust settled gently on benches, fountains, and cobblestones, softening edges and lending a muted texture to familiar spaces. The faint scent of burned wood, wet stone, and distant cooking blended into a layered reminder of recent passage. Survivors moved with care, threading through familiar patterns made unfamiliar by ruin, their eyes tracing shapes that spoke of absence and remembrance. Small animals re-emerged cautiously, threading paths through rubble, integrating life into the fragile rhythm of urban recovery. Soldiers and workers paused frequently, exchanging quiet words, sharing guidance, encouragement, and reflection. And through these movements, the city's pulse persisted softly, patient and unhurried, tracing the fragile interplay between history and endurance. Every doorway, archway, and collapsed roofline carried memory, guiding reflection in muted cadence. Movement became meditation, a slow threading of presence through streets paused in time, and Manila, patient and silent, received each step with gentle acceptance, carrying both loss and the whisper of continuity. Side streets, narrower and quieter, cradled fragments of homes, shops, and small courtyards, their presence a subtle testament to domestic life once bustling. Survivors paused to examine, to recollect, or to gather small items of value, threading memory into the rhythm of present motion. The scent of earth, ash, and faint smoke mingled with distant flowers and greenery, reclaiming space. A quiet interplay of destruction and renewal. Children's footsteps and soft laughter occasionally punctuated the stillness, weaving gentle sound into a landscape otherwise hushed with absence. Soldiers moved through slowly, carefully, aware of fragility and the weight of history pressing lightly on each step. Conversation was soft, reflective, a gentle hum threading observation, memory, and guidance into the rhythm of recovery. And as sunlight shifted through narrow spaces, dust motes rose and settled, tracing gentle paths that mirrored the soft cadence of human movement. Each small gesture, lifting rubble, sharing water, pointing toward safety, threaded continuity into the broken urban fabric. Awareness stretched both backward and forward, holding memory and presence simultaneously. And through these quiet streets, the rhythm of life, fragile but insistent, threaded slowly, carrying hope alongside reflection. The ruins of churches and public buildings loomed softly, their walls scarred yet standing, holding echoes of faith, gathering, and ceremony. Faint draughts carried the scent of stone, charred wood, and lingering incense, creating a sensory map of both absence and continuity. Survivors moved carefully through entrances, pausing to trace arches and steps, threading reverence into their quiet passage. Sunlight fell through broken windows, creating shifting patterns on floors softened by dust, highlighting textures both fragile and enduring. Soldiers and volunteers maintained deliberate care, lifting debris, supporting movement, and maintaining observation without intrusion. And through these hushed halls, the echo of memory persisted, blending reflection, patience, and quiet awareness. Conversations were whispers, reflections on presence, guidance, and small acts of restoration, threading calm into the stillness. Birds and small animals moved softly, integrating life into spaces previously dominated by absence and silence. The city, patient and enduring, seemed to cradle every visitor in muted attention, guiding presence gently forward. And through these spaces, Manila carried memory loss and the gentle promise of life, threaded delicately through ruin. Fountains, squares, and parks, now quiet and softened by ash, offered gentle pauses in movement, points for reflection amid motion. Survivors lingered, tracing paths once crowded, noting changes wrought by fire, neglect, and the passage of months. The scent of damp stone, soil, and faint smoke blended with emerging vegetation, creating a sensory backdrop for quiet meditation. Children played cautiously along edges, laughter mingling with the soft hum of recovery, threading life into spaces paused by absence. Soldiers and workers moved in parallel, tending, observing, and supporting movement with calm presence and subtle coordination. And through these public spaces, the city's rhythm persisted, patient, slow, and hypnotic, guiding awareness forward without haste. Footsteps traced gentle patterns, linking memory to recovery, loss to quiet endurance, absence to subtle presence. Conversations were minimal, reflective, threaded with care and observation, blending seamlessly into the muted cadence of the streets. Each gesture, step, and pause carried weight, subtle yet significant, threading continuity into the city's fragile fabric. And Manila, patient beneath ash and memory, seemed to breathe softly, holding each moment in quiet meditation. Along broad avenues, the traces of life, shattered carts, overturned signs, and remnants of homes, spoke softly of passage, endurance, and adaptation. Survivors traced routes with care, collecting, observing, and reflecting in unhurried rhythm, mindful of both fragility and persistence. The scent of dust, earth, and faint smoke persisted, mingling with the gentle fragrance of re-emerging flora and distant water. Children's cautious steps and soft laughter echoed lightly, threading life into spaces otherwise marked by silence. Soldiers and volunteers continued steady routines, clearing paths, providing guidance, and offering small acts of reassurance. And through these streets, the quiet pulse of recovery persisted, patient and deliberate, threading awareness through fragmented urban fabric. Footsteps, whispers, and soft gestures created a meditative rhythm, linking memory, reflection, and cautious hope. Every doorway, collapsed roofline, and faint echo of the past carried subtle significance, guiding observation and understanding. Presence merged with memory, and movement became reflection, measured and calm. And as the day waned, the broken city exhaled softly, holding both sorrow and endurance in its patient embrace. As evening settled, Manila softened into quiet reflection, its streets, squares, and avenues wrapped in muted light and gentle shadow. Survivors paused in small groups, tracing steps, recalling memory, and threading awareness into the rhythm of lingering motion. The scent of earth, ash, and subtle smoke mingled with cooler air, grounding presence in sensory reality. Children, animals, and cautious movement traced soft, irregular patterns, integrating life slowly into spaces paused by fire and absence. Soldiers and volunteers moved with deliberate care, maintaining calm presence, continuity, and reflection in every action. And through this twilight, the city seemed to breathe with patience, carrying memory, loss, and quiet hope in measured rhythm. Footsteps traced lines between rubble, shadow, and remaining structures, threading observation into slow, gentle meditation. Conversation remained hushed, reflective, mindful of both fragility and endurance, blending seamlessly into the soft cadence of urban life. The city, patient and watchful, held each movement with calm insistence, guiding awareness through the fragile streets. And as darkness deepened, Manila, broken yet enduring, exhaled gently, cradling both memory and life in quiet, hypnotic embrace. The streets of Manila welcomed him slowly, each step threaded with years of anticipation, memory, and careful strategy. General Douglas MacArthur moved with deliberate pace, his presence measured, commanding yet calm, absorbing both the city and the significance of his return. Soldiers and civilians alike observed, some with quiet awe, others with hushed recognition of a promise fulfilled. The scent of damp stone, dust, and distant smoke lingered faintly in avenues softened by recent ruin, blending with the subtle warmth of sunlight and human movement. Flags, banners, and small gestures of welcome created a rhythm of observation and reflection, soft and deliberate, weaving both celebration and solemnity into the air. Children's whispers and footsteps traced pathways between rubble and recovery, threading innocence into the measured ceremony of presence. Conversations were soft, reflective, carrying both personal recollection and collective memory, integrating hope, relief, and respect. And through every step, the city seemed to hold its breath, patient, listening, and quietly acknowledging history's passage. Every gesture, glance, and pause carried meaning, shaping both perception and narrative in gentle continuity. MacArthur's march unfolded slowly, a quiet testament to endurance, strategy, and the patient weaving of expectation into reality. The quiet triumph was layered, a blend of genuine military accomplishment and the subtle orchestration of image and message. Soldiers carried out routines with calm precision, maintaining awareness of both strategic purpose and public perception. The streets were punctuated with faint scents of damp stone, distant smoke, and gentle earth, grounding observation in sensory reality. Civilians observed carefully, some lingering in quiet groups, others tracing steps of memory and relief, all threading presence into the rhythm of arrival. MacArthur's eyes traced avenues, plazas, and corridors, cataloguing memory, observation, and reflection in deliberate fashion. Flags and banners moved softly in warm winds, threading gentle color and motion through spaces paused by ruin. And through every careful gesture, the distinction between history and myth blended softly, a measured cadence carrying significance without hurry. Conversations whispered in corners and along paths, tracing continuity, observation, and memory in unhurried patterns. The city, patient and attentive, absorbed both human presence and layered significance with quiet endurance. And through these movements, triumph unfolded softly, guided by patience, awareness, and subtle reflection. The general's approach through key streets revealed scars and traces of both struggle and survival. A city paused yet attentive to history. Buildings softened by ash and dust bore memory in walls and arches, their surfaces reflecting quiet light and shadow. Soldiers moved alongside civilians with gentle awareness, threading safety, observation, and care into every step. MacArthur paused occasionally, eyes tracing street lines, rooftops, and open squares, Cataloguing history while acknowledging the present, the scent of faint smoke, wet stone and earth threaded through avenues, carrying quiet weight with each breath. Children, animals and small groups moved softly, integrating life and memory into the slow rhythm of streets, paused by recent events. And as sunlight shifted along facades, dust motes rose, tracing gentle patterns that mirrored the calm, deliberate march forward. Conversations were subdued, reflective, carrying memory and awareness softly into the spaces of return. Every step, gesture and pause threaded patience, continuity and subtle celebration into the urban fabric. And through these measured movements, the city and general shared a quiet rhythm, patient, hypnotic, and softly triumphant. Along broad avenues, MacArthur's presence threaded layers of observation, expectation, and subtle ceremony. Soldiers distributed themselves with care, maintaining order and rhythm without haste, while civilians observed in patient reflection, acknowledging history and presence. The scent of damp stone, faint ash and subtle heat from the midday sun blended gently with the soft hum of movement. Flags and banners swayed gently, their colors muted but persistent, threading quiet visual significance into the streets. Children followed at edges, tracing steps softly, integrating curiosity and awe into the calm cadence of arrival. Conversations, whispers, and quiet gestures filled spaces with reflective continuity, each interaction a meditation on presence, strategy, and memory. And through these streets, the rhythm of human movement merged with the soft pulse of urban space, threading significance without urgency. Buildings, arches, and plazas seemed to exhale gently, patient and enduring, carrying history and awareness forward. Every pause allowed reflection, every gesture carried significance, softly threading awareness into the city's memory. And MacArthur's steps, deliberate and calm, guided both expectation and observation along avenues heavy with reflection and quiet triumph. At intersections and plazas, the general paused, observing details that spoke of human endurance, survival, and the measured passage of time. Soldiers maintained gentle presence, quietly guiding paths and maintaining rhythm without intrusion. The scent of stone, dust, and distant smoke lingered, interwoven with faint warmth from sunlight, grounding perception in sensory awareness. Civilians traced soft pathways through partial ruins, pausing to reflect on space and memory, threading awareness gently into their movements. Children's soft laughter and footsteps created a delicate rhythm alongside the quiet cadence of military and civilian observation. And through every pause, every subtle gesture, the line between strategy, ceremony, and myth merged gently into a hypnotic cadence. Conversation remained subdued, reflective, threading observation, history, and presence into unhurried movement. Buildings, walls, and arches, bearing scars of conflict, seemed to respond softly, patient and watchful. Every breath, step, and glance carried meaning, quietly shaping awareness of triumph without excess or spectacle. And through these plazas, the city exhaled with patience, embracing both return and reflection in measured, gentle rhythm. The quiet of arrival was matched by subtle acknowledgement of the past. The years of waiting, planning, and perseverance threading gently through every avenue. Soldiers, civilians, and the general moved with awareness of layered history. Each step deliberate, reflective, and patient. Dust and ash, faint smoke, and warm sunlight mingled, threading sensory awareness through the calm cadence of the march. Flags and banners added soft color and movement, emphasizing continuity, ritual, and quiet observance. Children and small animals threaded life through the streets, integrating rhythm, curiosity, and reflection into spaces paused by history. Conversations and whispers traced the slow unfolding of awareness, threading presence into avenues, alleys, and plazas. And through these interactions, triumph revealed itself gently, not in loud proclamation, but in calm observation, patience, and acknowledgement. Each step forward threaded the past and present together, integrating history, myth, and human presence into soft continuity. Movement, reflection, and observation merged, patient, hypnotic, and deliberate. And through this calm triumph, MacArthur's return resonated, measured and enduring, along streets that held memory in gentle embrace. As the day waned, sunlight softened, tracing patterns along streets, ruins, and open squares, highlighting the subtle interplay of memory, presence, and quiet ceremony. Soldiers adjusted positions with careful attention, maintaining rhythm without intrusion, while civilians moved with reflective awareness. The scent of stone, earth, ash, and distant fires lingered gently, threading sensory reflection through each step. MacArthur paused at intervals, tracing streets and avenues, cataloguing both human presence and the layered meaning of history fulfilled. Children moved softly through edges, curiosity blending with quiet awe, threading life into streets, paused by memory. Flags swayed gently in mild winds, integrating color, movement, and continuity into a hypnotic rhythm. Conversations were subdued, reflective, carefully threading guidance, observation, and presence into calm awareness. And through every avenue, plaza, and corridor, the city exhaled softly, patient and observant, carrying both memory and subtle triumph. Each gesture, step, and pause merged into deliberate cadence, weaving history, awareness, and reflection together. And as twilight approached, MacArthur's presence lingered quietly, patient, hypnotic, and softly triumphant, guiding the city into calm observance. The evening drew a gentle hush over Manila, soft shadows stretching along avenues, plazas, and partially restored streets. Soldiers and civilians alike moved with calm awareness, tracing paths through ash, rubble, and memory, threading continuity into the quiet urban fabric. The scent of earth, stone, faint smoke, and distant fires lingered, blending with cool air to create a sensory meditation. Children's soft footsteps and whispered curiosity mingled with subtle adult observation, threading life into the slow cadence of the city. Conversations, reflections, and soft guidance traced a gentle rhythm, integrating memory, history, and the measured fulfillment of promise. Buildings, arches, and remnants of past bustle exhaled patient, observing every step, gesture, and pause with quiet persistence. Flags and banners swayed lightly in cooling air, adding gentle color and motion to the muted streets. And through every quiet moment, triumph persisted softly, measured, patient, and hypnotic, integrating presence, observation, and layered awareness. Footsteps traced pathways through ruins, memory, and renewal, threading awareness into soft continuity. And as darkness deepened, Manila held both history and human presence in gentle embrace, the quiet rhythm of MacArthur's triumph lingering softly into night. The fields of Luzon slowly breathed again, their soil tilled and tended by hands that remembered both abundance and loss. Farmers returned with quiet determination, planting seeds in rows softened by the recent rains and the lingering warmth of sunlit earth. The scent of damp soil mixed with faint smoke from small fires where debris was cleared, creating a sensory tapestry of renewal. Villages partially rebuilt emerged softly from rubble, each wall, roof, and path tracing patient continuity in the landscape. Children ran through open fields and narrow alleys, their laughter delicate threading life into spaces once paused by absence. Markets reopened with subtle rhythm, vendors arranging goods, their movements measured, weaving the soft pulse of trade into streets still softened by ash. The mountains and rivers, patient and enduring, held memory of the past quietly within their folds, guiding human effort without haste. Conversations were soft, reflective, blending observation, memory, and hope into a hypnotic cadence. Every gesture from planting to clearing carried weight, gentle yet insistent, affirming life and resilience. And through the island, recovery unfolded slowly, patient and deliberate, weaving human presence into the land's enduring pulse. In towns and cities, builders, volunteers, and families moved together, soft footsteps tracing patterns of restoration amid fragments of memory. Roofs rose again in gentle arcs, walls were patched with care, and streets slowly regained continuity, tempered by observation and reflection. The faint scent of stone, wood, and earth mingled, carrying a quiet reminder of both absence and effort. Children's voices, tempered with caution, echoed softly across plazas, integrating joy into spaces once paused by fire and displacement. Streets now partially cleared traced irregular paths, linking fragments of past bustle with the measured cadence of present motion. Conversations flowed gently, reflective and unhurried, blending awareness, guidance, and observation into daily rhythm. And through these motions the city exhaled slowly, patient and receptive, carrying memory without urgency. Each movement, each placement of stone, each step along recovering pathways threaded continuity into the fabric of place. Observers paused to reflect, to catalogue progress, and to note how life subtly returned to fractured spaces. And Luzon, patient beneath human effort, welcomed the slow resurgence of rhythm and calm renewal. Fields and terraces in the highlands revealed subtle patterns of life reclaiming itself, farmers moving slowly among rows of growing crops. The scent of wet earth, new vegetation, and distant smoke carried softly across valleys, mingling with gentle mountain breezes. Villagers moved with awareness, tracing pathways between homes, fields, and community spaces with deliberate care. Children gathered water, collected firewood, and traced errands, threading continuity into the soft cadence of rural life. Markets in small towns began to hum with gentle activity, the measured rhythm of trade, punctuated by soft conversation and laughter. Soldiers and volunteers occasionally moved through, offering guidance, aid, and observation, their presence calm and deliberate. And through every field, lane, and village, the pulse of recovery threaded slowly, patient and hypnotic, integrating labor, awareness, and quiet endurance. Paths once blocked by rubble or debris now guided soft movement through cultivated land and rebuilding structures. Each day unfolded like a careful meditation, deliberate, reflective, and measured in motion, and the island, patient beneath human care, embraced every gesture of survival, growth, and renewal in gentle rhythm. Along riverbanks, bridges rose again with care, linking communities softly while carrying memory of what had once been lost. The gentle rush of water over stones carried faint echoes of past struggle, threading calm sound into the rhythm of return. Fishermen repaired nets and tended boats, their movements unhurried, integrating life into quiet waterways. Children skipped stones and observed fish, threading curiosity and awareness into the patient cadence of riverside life. Paths along embankments, once broken or obstructed, were cleared, connecting village centers with subtle precision. Conversations traced memory and guidance, observation and reflection, soft and deliberate in tone. And through every river bend, every newly restored crossing, the rhythm of renewal persisted, hypnotic, patient, and gentle. The scent of water, wet earth, and distant fires blended with breeze, carrying sensory grounding to every step. Bridges and paths guided steps slowly, connecting past, present, and future without urgency. And Luzon's waterways, patient and enduring, held both memory and human activity in quiet, hypnotic harmony. In the heart of Manila, reconstruction moved with careful pace, streets slowly clearing, and markets resuming gentle rhythm. Buildings, though still scarred, stood in measured continuity, their restored facades a quiet testament to survival and perseverance. The scent of wet stone, wood, and faint ash lingered, grounding observation in the present moment. Children traced narrow alleys, threading life into urban space, laughter gentle and measured blending with reflective conversation. Workers lifted rubble, repaired facades, and restored infrastructure with deliberate care, each gesture patient and hypnotic in cadence. Conversations moved softly, balancing guidance, observation, and reflection in a rhythm unhurried yet persistent. And through streets, plazas, and alleys, the pulse of recovery threaded slowly, weaving memory, effort, and continuity into the urban fabric. Markets, schools, and small public spaces began to hum with quiet activity, integrating past bustle with present renewal. Each movement carried both significance and delicacy, affirming the resilience of human presence. And Manila, patient beneath human effort, embraced the rhythm of restoration with gentle persistence. Temples, churches, and public halls revealed subtle continuity, spaces once scarred now threaded with renewal and gentle observation. The scent of stone, damp wood, and faint incense mingled softly, carrying layers of memory and reflection. Worshippers returned in small, deliberate numbers, threading ritual, prayer, and awareness into restored spaces. Bells rang softly in measured rhythm, echoing lightly through avenues and alleys, punctuating the hypnotic cadence of restoration. Volunteers and workers moved carefully, lifting debris, clearing paths, and restoring structure with quiet diligence. Conversations were hushed, reflective, and deliberate, threading awareness into the rhythm of ongoing reconstruction. And through these sacred spaces, continuity unfolded gently, integrating memory, survival, and the measured rhythm of human presence. Children, adults, and elders traced movement along courtyards and halls, threading life into structures that bore witness to past trials. Each step, gesture, and pause carried significance, integrating presence, care, and subtle reflection. And Luzon, patient beneath reverent attention, held both memory and renewal in calm, hypnotic embrace. Roads connecting towns, villages, and cities were slowly cleared, patched, and restored, creating arteries for trade, communication, and movement. Travelers, traders, and volunteers threaded pathways with care, tracing history while shaping the rhythm of present life. The scent of wet earth, dust, and distant fires lingered softly, grounding perception in sensory awareness. Children, animals, and families moved along roads with quiet curiosity, threading small lives into the larger cadence of activity. Soldiers and engineers worked side by side, rebuilding bridges, clearing debris, and monitoring paths with deliberate, patient attention. And through every mile of restored road, continuity emerged, linking communities softly while maintaining the memory of disruption and recovery. Conversations traced guidance, observation, and reflection, weaving awareness into every journey. The sun warmed earth and stone, dust and ash, integrating sensory memory with the deliberate pace of human movement. Each step, wheel, and gesture threaded life into networks of survival and continuity. And through these arteries of land, Luzon breathed softly, patient and enduring, carrying both memory and renewal forward. As evening settled, villages, towns, and cities softened beneath muted light, the scent of earth, wood, and distant smoke threading calm through every street, path, and field. Farmers paused to rest, children returned home, and villagers gathered in quiet reflection, tracing the day's subtle rhythms. Bridges, pathways, and markets hummed softly with measured movement, their pulse hypnotic, deliberate, and patient. Conversations were reflective, guiding, and unhurried, carrying memory, presence, and hope in gentle cadence. And through fields, streets, and rivers, the slow rhythm of reconstruction continued, integrating human effort into the enduring landscape. Buildings, homes, and community spaces exhaled quietly, patient and enduring beneath human care. Each gesture, step, and pause threaded life, continuity, and subtle reflection into the fabric of Luzon. The mountains, rivers, and plains, patient and observant, held memory softly within folds of land, guiding human activity without haste. And as darkness deepened, Luzon exhaled gently, a living monument to survival, patient endurance, and hypnotic renewal. Luzon rests beneath a gentle hush, mountains, plains, and rivers holding memory in quiet folds. The scent of earth, dew, and faint smoke drifts softly across valleys and towns, threading presence into spaces long marked by history. Paths once traveled by soldiers, civilians, and survivors now carry a slower rhythm, each step tracing continuity and endurance. Homes, villages, and cities exhale softly, bearing both scars and the gentle signs of care and reconstruction. Children run through fields, their laughter a delicate pulse threading life into land, still steeped in memory. Elders pause at familiar places, reflecting on absence, return, and the subtle persistence of hope. And through every movement, every breath, the land carries traces of struggle, survival, and quiet triumph. Conversations are soft, reflective, integrating observation, memory, and presence without urgency. The sun shifts across rooftops and riverbanks, casting gentle light on spaces marked by continuity, and Luzon itself seems to breathe, patient, enduring, and hypnotically aware of all that has passed. The echoes of return ripple through towns and countryside alike, gentle reminders of both liberation and sacrifice. Streets once paused by conflict now hum with quiet, measured rhythm, the scent of wet stone, soil, and faint incense, weaving awareness through the air. Farmers tend fields with soft diligence, tracing long, careful lines through earth that remembers both toil and renewal. Children play along pathways and streams, threading curiosity and life into places that hold both absence and presence. Villagers move slowly, observing rebuilt structures, mended bridges, and restored streets with quiet reverence. And through these actions, the rhythm of memory integrates into daily life, threading reflection, care, and endurance through every gesture. Hillsides and mountains hold quiet witness, patient and enduring, carrying echoes of past campaigns into the present. Conversations linger gently, reflective and unhurried, blending awareness, observation, and acknowledgement of the human story. Every step, every breath, every subtle movement carries weight, patient and hypnotic in cadence. And through these threads, Luzon becomes a living tapestry, a landscape of return and gentle remembrance. The rivers and streams of the island flow with patient rhythm, their surfaces reflecting both sky and memory. Fishermen return to calm waters, nets cast with soft precision, tracing continuity in motion and livelihood. The scent of wet stone moss and faint smoke mingles with the subtle warmth of sun on water, threading sensory awareness into reflection. Children skip stones along riverbanks, curiosity and quiet joy tracing lines across gentle currents. Bridges partially restored arch softly over channels, guiding movement and linking communities with subtle continuity. And through these flows, the rhythm of recovery persists, patient, reflective, and hypnotic, blending human presence with the enduring land. Conversations between travelers, farmers, and neighbors carry stories of past hardship and quiet endurance. Every gesture and step integrates memory with renewal, threading subtle significance through daily life. The currents whisper continuity, patient and enduring, threading the landscape into hypnotic cadence. And Luzon's waterways carry echoes of return, memory and gentle triumph across every fold of the island. Mountains rise in quiet majesty, their slopes bearing the faint trace of paths trodden during war and survival. Villagers move along terraces and trails with careful steps, threading continuity and awareness through each measured stride. The scent of moss-wet soil and faint incense drifts gently across ridges and valleys, anchoring reflection in sensory perception. Children, guided by elders, trace safe pathways, their curiosity merging with reverent attention to place and history. Fields and pastures swell with new life, crops tracing patient lines through land that has endured both absence and care. Conversations flow softly between travelers, farmers, and elders, threading memory, guidance, and observation into the rhythm of daily existence. And through every fold of ridge and valley, the landscape breathes patiently, carrying the quiet persistence of human presence and memory. Birds trace soft arcs through morning light, adding gentle movement to the hypnotic cadence of air and earth. Every gesture of care, each step through terraces and trails, integrates renewal and reflection with subtle grace. And the mountains themselves, patient and enduring, hold echoes of return and the soft memory of promise fulfilled. In towns and villages, streets hum softly with continuity, shops, schools, and homes tracing daily rhythm alongside human memory. Children's laughter punctuates pathways, threading life into spaces that remember both absence and gentle return. Villagers tend gardens, repair walls, and restore communal spaces with deliberate care, their movements patient and hypnotic in cadence. The scent of earth, wet stone, wood, and faint smoke threads through every lane and plaza, grounding awareness in sensory presence. Conversations flow gently, reflective, and unhurried, integrating observation, guidance, and memory into the rhythm of community. And through these interactions, the pulse of survival and renewal is carried softly across spaces once paused by conflict. Buildings exhale slowly beneath human attention, their scars marking endurance while integrating subtle renewal. Each step, each gesture, each breath threads significance into the daily cadence of life. The sun shifts gently along streets and rooftops, tracing the movement of shadow and light across patient stone. And Luzon, patient and enduring, holds both memory and presence in hypnotic balance, calm yet deeply aware. Sacred spaces exhale patient rhythm, churches, temples, and shrines echoing quiet observance, prayer and reflection. Worshippers return in measured numbers, threading ritual, awareness, and continuity into structures scarred by time and conflict. The scent of incense, damp stone, and sun-warmed wood mixes softly, creating an olfactory tapestry of memory and renewal. Children observe quietly, stepping along courtyards and halls, curiosity tempered by reverence and gentle instruction. Volunteers and caretakers restore altars, floors, and surrounding grounds with careful attention, threading continuity into sacred space. Conversations remain soft, reflective, and deliberate, blending observation, guidance, and patient acknowledgement of history. Bells ring softly, echoing across plazas and streets, weaving hypnotic sound into the rhythm of return. Each gesture, step, and pause threads awareness and renewal into spaces of memory, life, and resilience. The landscape, patient and enduring, carries these echoes quietly through air, stone, and time, and Luzon, cradle of human presence and memory, absorbs every movement into gentle, reflective continuity. As evening falls, light softens across valleys, fields, rivers, and towns, tracing long shadows that blend memory with presence. Families gather, farmers rest, and children return home, threading gentle rhythm through the calm landscape. Conversations, reflections, and gestures flow quietly, weaving past and present into hypnotic continuity. Mountains, rivers, and plains exhale patience, bearing witness to survival and quiet triumph. The scent of earth, wood, and faint smoke lingers softly, integrating sensory awareness into reflective calm. Paths, bridges, and terraces hum with gentle movement, carrying life and observation across recovering land. Every breath, step, and gesture threads presence into the enduring landscape, subtle, patient, and reflective. And through these rhythms, Luzon holds both memory and renewal in quiet balance, hypnotic and calm. The island whispers of struggle, survival, and promise fulfilled, patient and enduring beneath human attention. And as night descends softly, Luzon breathes, patient, reflective, and hypnotically aware, a living echo of return and remembrance. The quiet of Luzon at night carries layered memory across mountains, plains, rivers, and cities alike. Stars shimmer softly above, distant and constant, threading perspective through human presence and reflection. The scent of cool earth, lingering smoke, and gentle winds drifts across landscapes that have endured both absence and renewal. Villagers pause beside fires or hearths, threading quiet reflection into daily rhythm, observing both memory and ongoing life. Children sleep gently, their breathing threading continuity into the hypnotic cadence of land, village, and home. Bridges, streets, and pathways exhale softly beneath moonlight, carrying the subtle weight of survival, endurance, and patient presence. Mountains and rivers whisper continuity, holding echoes of battle, liberation, and the quiet return of life. Conversations, gestures, and movement fade into gentle rhythm, threading reflection and memory into each moment of night. And through every field, valley, and street, Luzon holds the echoes of promise fulfilled, patient, enduring, and hypnotically aware. As darkness enfolds the island, the memory of MacArthur's vow drifts softly across land and water, carrying a quiet resonance of return, presence, and enduring vigilance into the stillness of night.